Hi, Tom. Can you hear us okay? Hi, Tom. Hi, Marianne. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ken. Can you hear us okay? Sorry, Ken. Can you hear us?
He may be having audio problems. I'm just messaging him.
Thanks, Tom.
I can hear now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for confirming.
Had to get my speaker set up properly here.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of Monday, August 11th to order. Can everyone that can please rise for the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Regional Municipality of Niagara and the Town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before council approves the agenda, I would like to propose lifting the council remuneration and water wastewater billing modernization reports to be considered following the respective delegations. I would also like to propose lifting Councillor DeFlavio's notice of motion and the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee's council endorsement package to be considered with the Heritage Property Tax Relief Program report. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor DeFlavio, Councillor Frick. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frick. Resolved that the agenda for the August 11th, 2025 council meeting be approved as amended. All in favor? And that's carried. Tonight we have Melanie Love of ML Consulting here to speak to the council remuneration report. Questions can be asked once the report is on the floor for discussion. Marianne, can you please come to the podium and go ahead?
Thank you. Thank you. Through the mayor, I'm available virtually, and I believe the clerk is going to put our presentation up on screen. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm basically here to present the results of the 2025 compensation review for elected officials. This summary report that you see on screen complements the staff report that's in your package. The staff report goes a little bit further in terms of providing some costing options and implementation options with regards to some of the recommendations that I've brought forward in this report. So with that, I'll take the next slide. So by way of background, compensation for the elected officials at the town was last reviewed in 2020. There was a recommendation that was adopted by council in relation to the compensation philosophy, council-specific strategy and methodology for council compensation. Basically, at that point in time, base pay rates were adjusted in relation to that recommendation. And at that time, it was also recommended that council levels be reviewed regularly. This is the next review subsequent to the 2020 report. The primary objective of this remuneration study was to conduct a review of base pay and other elements of compensation for the mayor and councillor positions. I was retained to conduct a review. I reviewed municipal comparator information. It was collected by Grimsby staff, and I prepared a base pay market summary analysis using various percentile targets. And of course, the recommendations that are brought forward in this report are here for council's consideration this evening. In terms of current remuneration and pay practice, that has been captured on this slide. So the current base pay rate for mayor is $52,650 annually, and for councillor, $23,775. Base pay increases to base pay rates are given effect annually, and they're based on the COLA adjustments that have been attributed to staff increases. The staff salary, compensation program establishes rates that are at the 60th percentile of the pay market. And I reference that a little further on into this presentation. There are currently 9 members. There are 9 members of council, including the mayor. A deputy mayor is assigned on a rotating basis with no additional compensation provided. Base pay covers all council business, including committee meetings and special meetings of council. Mayor and councillors are eligible for participation in OMERS with contributions matched by the municipality as prescribed by the plan. Kilometerage expense is reimbursed at 70 cents a kilometer, and it's updated annually per CRA guidelines. I'm advised that a laptop is provided at the start of term. A $20 per month reimbursement is provided for personal cell phone use. And there's a conference budget that's pooled, $35,540 annually, and a meal allowance is provided at $85 a day. I'll take the next slide. Just by way of overall summary, the base pay rates for mayor and councillor positions are both low compared to the defined pay market, which has been established at the 60th percentile. The 2025 market summary annual rates at the 60th percentile of the defined market are, for the mayor, $57,589 annually, and for councillor, $28,643 annually. The recommended rate for the deputy mayor is based on the prevailing practice of the comparator group, which does not provide additional compensation. So we're aligned on that practice. Other elements of remuneration for elected officials are generally comparable, with the exception of benefits, either extended health and dental benefits, or as some organizations provide a healthcare spending account. And more to be said on that in a few minutes. I'll take the next slide. The market comparator group was selected having regard to local regional comparators and is generally reflective of the recent compensation review that was conducted for staff. 17 comparators were identified, 15 comparators provided compensation data. You can see the comparators listed on slide. I won't list them off, but you can see them, they're visible. I prepared, the custom market survey was prepared having regard to the data that was provided by these comparators. So just by way of exception, we weren't able to source data from King or Tecumseh. All other comparators provided data. In terms of market observations, specifically relating to the composition and structure, 13 of our comparator municipalities have between 5 and 9 councillors. St. Catharines, Welland, and Welland are on the higher side, each with 12 councillors. 6 municipalities have officials elected at large. 9 are represented by wards. 13 comparators report that elected officials are engaged on a part-time basis. In terms of deputy mayor position, 11 municipalities report that they appoint a deputy mayor. Methods vary. 6 report that they use a rotational appointment method. 3 report that the deputy mayor is elected at large. 7 comparators are reporting that deputy mayors serve without extra pay. Take the next. This slide shows the analysis based on of base pay. So you can see that the Grimsby elected positions are to the left, the mayor and the councillor, and the 2025 annual base pay rates are showing. In the green section, you can see there's 15 observations or 15 matches for each position, and the various market statistics are showing. The market median is the 50th percentile target. The 55th percentile is in the middle, and then the 60th percentile target is to the far right. The 60th percentile target has been defined and described for the staff positions, and with normal course with many municipalities across the province, it stands to reason that we target a similar ranking for the elected official positions, and this is why you see it in peach. So you can see that the 60th percentile target for the mayor is $57,589, and you can see a difference, a gap of 9.4%. The councils are further gapped from the defined pay market by about 20% currently. I'll take the next slide. In terms of the percentile pay target, the 60th percentile target is the dollar rate where 60% of the wage rates in the comparator organizations are below the amount shown and 40% are above. So it's a little bit higher than the median or the midpoint of the ranking. The base pay rates for mayor and councillors are both low as compared to that 60th percentile target. The market comparison for Grimsby elected official positions based on that target is as shown on a previous slide. But what I wanted to highlight was within the comparators, there's quite a range. So with regards to the mayor comparators, the comparators with mayor where we match the mayor, the base pay rates for the comparators range from $23,774 to $132,538. The councillor base pay ranges from $12,484 to $37,123. So the 60th percentile is not the top, it's not the bottom, it's just a little above the midpoint on those ranges. Okay. Take the next slide, please. In terms of additional remuneration, for the majority of our comparators, base pay compensates for council meetings, committee meetings, and special meetings of council. 4 comparators report additional pay ranging from $75 to $200 per meeting, so that's the minority, and that would be for additional committee work. 7 comparators report additional pay for board service. That wasn't really the focus of this review. That was just ancillary information that came in. In terms of method of adjustment, 13 of our comparators report an annual economic increase to base pay that aligns with the economic adjustment provided to staff. So we're in line with that practice. Some comparators report percentile benchmarks for base pay. And that they range from 55th percentile to the 75th percentile. So our target is sort of, again, even in and around the midpoint of those percentile targets amongst the comparators. A majority of our comparators report that compensation reviews are conducted once per term, and that is a prevailing practice in the sector. Take the next slide. In terms of pension and benefits, 8 comparators are reporting participation in OMERS. Now, the majority of our comparators are providing group health benefits, where premiums are either fully or partially paid by the municipality, or they're providing healthcare spending accounts. And those accounts would range from $300 to $1,000 annually. There are only 2 comparators that are reporting that they do not offer group health, group benefits or health spending accounts. So in this case, this is somewhere where the Grimsby elected official positions are not competitive. In terms of technology, all of our comparators are providing council with laptops or tablets for the term of council. 11 report that they provide municipal phones, and 6 provide monthly reimbursement for cell phone use. 7 comparators offer home internet allowances, and 2 provide home office space for providing office space for mayor. Sorry, not home office, they're providing office space, I should say, for councillors and 4 for mayor. I'll take the next one. In terms of travel expenses, all of our comparators are reporting kilometrage rates provided that are aligning with our the CRA rates. 3 provide an annual car allowance for mayor that ranges from $1,400 to $2,520 annually. And 13 are reporting they provide meal per diems that are ranging from $60 to $115 per day, with detailed breakdowns for meals and incidentals. In terms of training and conferences, 11 are reporting a pooled budget for training, as we have in Grimsby, and 3 report imposing limits on attendance. 1 reports a limit on the number of councillors that can attend the same conference. So there's varying practice there. In terms of conclusion, the comparator group is reasonable and representative based on the select criteria. The 60th percentile pay target is a reasonable target based on the size and scope and pay practice of the comparator group. It aligns with the pay target for the employee group. This is a prevailing practice in the province where we align the percentile target for council-based pay to the pay target for salary and hourly employee groups within the organization. Base pay rates for mayor and council require an increase to meet the 60th percentile pay target. All other elements of remuneration are comparable to the defined comparator group, with the exception of benefits, either through an extended health dental benefit program or a healthcare spending account. There are options. It's best practice to increase the annual base pay for elected officials annually, as we do here, by an amount used to adjust the employee grid. This allows for a year-over-year increase, aligning with cost of living increases. It's also best practice to review compensation once during a term of council using a survey method of comparable municipalities. Take the next slide. In terms of recommendations, it's recommended that council give consideration to implementing base pay adjustments effective the commencement of the 2026 term of council. So the amounts that you see on slide here are the 2025 market or the 60th percentile values. They would need to be increased with an economic adjustment to move us into the 2026 pay cycle. It's also recommended that council continue the practice of adjusting base pay rates by using the percentage economic adjustment provided to the salaried and hourly employee group. It's also recommended that council continue the practice of reviewing compensation at least once a term of council. I think in this case, it may have been 5 years. I'm recommending that perhaps that be shortened so we get compensation before council once each term. And the prevailing practice is to use a survey method and often third-party consultant. It's also recommended that council consider participation in a group benefits plan, health and dental, or introducing a health spending account. And at this point, I can move you over to the staff report, which I believe has been brought forward, where there's more detailed information with regards to those options.
Thank you for your presentation, Marianne. Can I get a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Moved by Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor DeVoley. Moved by Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor DeVoley. Resolved that the delegation from ML Consulting regarding council remuneration be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, can I have a mover and seconder to get the council remuneration and expense policy report on the floor for discussion? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Korstanji. There's staff going to speak.
Any questions? No.
No. Okay. Any questions from council? Councillor Howe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Have a difficulty with not on the remuneration package. It seems that that's in line with what other are paying, and quite frankly, with some of the issues that we have to deal with. I don't think you're going to get it for, for a minimum wage type of a job. I do have a problem with the health account. Now, I'm a little bit older than some of you, but I don't need the help, thank you. And it's a part-time job. I don't know of too many part-time jobs other than government ones where you can get those type of benefits in there. For instance, ODB is covered, OHIP's covered. Now with the dental program that the feds have, there's a lot more help than we ever had back 20 years ago. So I don't agree with the health care. I have exception with the, I believe, to jump, that we need to have attendance numbers or restraint or minimums, maximums as to how we attend conferences. And you see that some have dealt with that to a degree. I don't think that we are best served when we have 5 and 6 people all at one conference sitting at a delegation table with a minister that's going to give 5 minutes or 10 minutes and one person gets to speak. I think that should be in place, and I'm not surprising any of you because this is not the first time I've brought it up, but I think it needs to be a little bit more to learn more, and by learning more, we spread it out a little bit. For instance, I attended the OSAM conference this year. Only one there. Great. I talked to the FLAC for about 5 minutes. I didn't need to have an appointment. I didn't need to have 3, people lined up to get me in. There are other avenues and other learning devices that we can certainly take, and not by a whole bunch of us being lined up to to go and parade for somebody, but that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. Through, just a question for Ms. Love, if you don't, is this an appropriate time to ask that? Do you know if regional councilors, if they have health benefits, if there are regional health benefits provided through regional council? And I have a couple of other questions.
Through the chair, I don't know offhand, but the staff may know the answer to that. Right? They weren't part of our comparator group. So that would be something, perhaps if it's not known, they could take it away and report back on that.
Yeah, Regional Council has benefits through Green Shield.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, so people have something to compare it to, the other question I had was, so the 2020 changes occurred as a result of the 2019 changes that occurred with the federal government removing the non-taxable portion of the municipal salary, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Most of my time on council, the 15 years that I spent on council before, was during the time where there was a portion of the salary that was not taxed and a portion that was taxed. Now, of course, that had an impact on things like the pension, which is not much, but it does impact your pension because it wasn't part of your pensionable income with councillors before 2019. It has an impact on the levy because councils had to raise salaries to adjust them to take into consideration the change in that non-taxable portion. In your research, are any of these differences in salaries a remnant of the changes that occurred in 2019? Because it's not that far back, and a lot of councils were kind of caught by surprise by those changes to the salary structures for municipal councillors. So I'm thinking that if there are this many differences, because it seems like there's quite a discrepancy between multiple municipalities, do you think that some of that can stem back to those changes that occurred back in 2019?
Well, through the chair, some may be attributed to that, but I would say, for the most part, I would say that the most of our comparators have done reviews since then, because the norm really is to move on to like a 3 to 4 year cycle, like once per term. So the changes that were given effect through the removal of the 1/3 tax free would have been in a previous cycle. So yes, that might have impacted the base, just as you've referenced, Councillor. But then in addition to that, many of our comparators have conducted market reviews during a term of council, which is then built on that base as they've compared to their peers.
Thank you. So agreeing with Councillor Howe, I think that we do need to set, in my opinion, a limit to the amount of spending for conferences and training per year is something that I would support. Whether it's taking what one conference a year generally costs, adding something to that to kind of get a ballpark figure and making that the limit per councillor. I think I agree with Councillor Howe. There's a limit to the amount of benefit that we get from these conferences. So I would second that if that's something that council wanted to do. I think we're in a tough position because there's, I don't know how to say it. It's not that council's not worth the proposal. It's that every council is different. So while we have comparator municipalities, what has happened, it's not like going out and hiring staff where you want to be competitive because you're afraid of losing staff to another municipality. People who step up for this role are not people who are doing it for financial compensation. So we're kind of in a tough position because I don't think anybody, I think that if anybody knew that until 2019, councillors were making like $13,000 a year, they were shocked. They'd be shocked. And I think that even talking about the fact that a municipal councillor, with the responsibilities that a councillor has in 2025, makes $23,000 a year, it's, you know, $600 every 2 weeks. Again, nobody's doing it for the money, but it's not a great deal of money. That being said, there is a degree of trust in this job, and it's always difficult to make a decision where you're voting for a pay raise for a job that you're in. So I get people's reluctance to do that. And I mean, that being said, I'm assuming, Marion, that the suggestion is 2026, and even with that, it could involve, if there was a pay raise, it could involve something that is gradually increased over time rather than all at once, so over a couple of years, rather than a lump sum increase. So there are lots of different ways to go about this. I'm still torn about it, and I'm sure everybody else is too. It's difficult to vote for a pay increase for yourself. I think that what we're doing here, if we vote in favor of it, though, to be clear, is voting for a pay increase for the next council that comes along. It's not a pay increase for this council. Nobody on this council is guaranteed to be here in 2026. Some people might choose not to run again. So you're voting for a pay increase for the next group. So anybody that says that you're voting yourself a pay increase, if this does not get implemented till the next council is in place, it is not a pay increase for this council. So think about who's going to replace you if you're not running again, and think about whether they're worth it, not about whether you're worth it. And I think that that's the way that we go forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor DeVoley.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to start by asking Ms. Love a question. And I realize my question is not something that was envisioned in the terms of reference that you were hired for. So I'm really just asking you based upon your experience. Do you have any experience with director compensation for people who sit on private or public company boards? And could you speak to that?
Through the mayor, yes, I do. I do have experience in establishing pay for boards. It's a similar process. It's just a different comparator pool, right? So it's done on a comparison basis. And as the previous counselor mentioned, just as there are very, very different municipalities and councils, so too are there very different organizations and boards and the way they govern. So it's it's not an easy exercise, but it's done similarly with a comparative analysis.
Thank you. I would just like to add some comments to the work that has been done in the report. To start with, this report was done with the comparators of other municipalities, which is exactly how we did our employee compensation study as well. So no difference there in terms of methodology. When I look at it, if someone in this position is paid, let's say $28,000, $29,000, I think of it as multiply it by 2 as to what a full-time salary would be in this position. Why do I say that? Because I actually tracked my hours for over 6 months from last September to the end of February. And I will say that on average, and I spent between 15 and 20 hours a week. Now, many of you know I come from a public accounting background, and that's how we bill clients is based upon time. So I'm well used to living in a world where we keep track of every 6 minutes, which is a 0.1 of an hour. And so that's what I did for myself, kept track of it every single day. And that's about how many hours I spend on average a week, attending meetings, preparing for meetings, talking to staff, talking to residents, emailing residents, replying to them, visiting, whatever is involved in this job. And so I look at that and say, so if this is the compensation, and if this were a full-time job, I would basically multiply it by at least 2. And, you know, how many of us would actually work in a full-time job for, let's say, $57,000, $58,000, $59,000 doing what we are doing? I will say that most people around this table, had full-time jobs or have full-time jobs right now that pay considerably more than that. So that's just my comments and a comparator that I use internally as to the number of hours and what I think is involved in the position. I do agree, and that was why in the notice of motion, I do definitely agree that every term of council, we should be reviewing this in advance of the election. And the original notice of motion said that any of the results would be applied for the next term of council, and I believe that's what's written in the report from staff as well. So again, just to reiterate, this is not about what we would be paid in 25 and 26. This is what the next term of council and whoever chooses to run and becomes elected would actually receive at that point in time. I too would like to see our conference budget handled a little differently. To start with, I think that when we all go off to conferences, it would be nice if someone would come back and share with the others what they actually learned from it. And so that there'd be a sort of multiplier effect and that we could all learn by, attending or not attending. I do think that it would be good if individuals sit on public works or in community services or on the fire committee or whatever it may be, that, we would encourage people to go to conferences and take courses specifically related to the area or the committee that they sit on as well. And again, that we could come back and share all of that. And I do agree that we should limit it in some way, shape, and form, as some municipalities have already done. With regards to the healthcare spending account, and that is a common concept used by a lot of businesses, large and small. It in many ways is a very effective way to cap and monitor and truly to cap and not exceed spending by just having a flat dollar amount. Some businesses let that amount be used towards buying premiums. So, people here could then use that amount to put towards the premiums if they're not covered by a benefit plan, or some just allow it to be used for the excess of whatever is not covered by a benefit plan. But I think it is an entirely reasonable way to deal with the issue and also to put a limit on it so that we're not really incurring a lot of expense, because health and dental benefits can be extremely expensive ones. So again, just to recap, I definitely think there are a lot of worthy things that we should go forward with, and specifically for the next term of council.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you. I don't at all disagree with the assessment by the consultant, other than maybe like a few others up around the horseshoe, the dental benefit or the health benefits. To me, I just think we should fund the difference, which is roughly 50,000, by reducing council size from 8 to 6, in line with our immediate neighbors in West Lincoln and Lincoln, who will, as of next term, both be having council size of 6 plus mayor for 7 as a whole. I think that would make it more comparable to our immediate neighbors, especially seeing we're in the same two-tier system as them. So I'll respectfully be opposing. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that it's definitely too late for us to do that for the next municipal election. And historically, councils that had reduced numbers, the net cost to the taxpayer was exactly the same, because each councillor was remunerated the amount to increase or to reflect their increased responsibility. So there's every time that they've done it in the past, looking at it when we've been dealing with amalgamation and that type of thing, there was never any cost savings reducing the number of councillors.
Can I respond?
Continue, yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to respectfully disagree that my point of view is there's too many cooks in the kitchen in Niagara. And I know we revisit in the past. I don't want to go down this road. Council respectably voted against it, but I'm just saying it's the reason I cannot support this. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I tend to agree with a lot of what Councillor Davoli has just told us. There are those of us who work full-time and consider this a part-time job. I don't work full-time. I don't need the money. But I find this almost becoming a full-time job. I put a huge amount of my time into this particular job and into this town. I don't ask for anything in return. I'm not complaining about the salary we do have, but I can assure you I spend at least 20 hours to 30 hours a week or more doing what I do for this town and for this council. And yes, I do believe that we do learn or can learn or should learn from these conferences, and we should, when we go to these conferences, make an effort to come back with something that we can offer of value to the town. It doesn't always have to be municipal conferences. For example, I sit on the Economic Development Committee. I don't go to some of these conferences because I think it's worth my while to go to an economic development conference, where I can find maybe some investors, for example, to come to town and look at putting some project in place here to pay us some tax dollars. So this is not that simple. It really, really isn't. Some of us work harder than others. I don't doubt that. Maybe we just had more time than others. I'm one of those people. So I don't care where we land on this. I really don't care. I do this almost as a community service more than anything else. So I'm not asking for an increase. If we vote to go that way, that's fine. But I do find a lot of value in going to the right conferences, even though around this table some of us don't go to them. But I encourage them to do so. And, you know, if you think that councillors get paid a lot of money, they don't. They just do not get paid a lot of money. I don't get covered on health insurance. I don't need it. I don't need it. But some of us might. So I think this is a very complicated, I don't know how you put value to each and every one of us. Some of us, as I said, probably do more than others. But I mean, I just feel that we should, if we want to get the best, we got to pay for the best. And I might get 50 cents an hour for what I do, I guess, somewhere around there. So anyways, that's what I say. I believe we should be, and I do believe we should be looking ahead like we are now. We're not looking at, as Councillor DeFlavio said, we're not looking at for a raise for ourselves. We're looking at the next term of council. There's no guarantee any of us will be on the council next time around. So it's not like we're voting for a pay rise for ourselves here. We're not. So let's be fair about this. You know, I mean, the next time around, I may not run. I may run. I may get beaten. Whatever. But the thing is, at least we're voting ahead. We can't say there's a conflict of interest for us because we're voting ahead to the next council. So hopefully that gives you my point of view, and I hopefully we'll do the right thing and make the right decision. Thank you.
Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through Chair. I do agree with most of my colleagues, and I think that it's good to fairly compensate the future term for the work that they're going to do. My question would be to the consultant, in the difference of pay, was committees or not committees a factor in how much that they got paid?
With Chair, for the most part, the comparators in our pool just use base pay for everything and not extra pay for committees. So there are only a few municipalities that did that. Those that provided the extra pay, we didn't get any information from them in terms of how much per councillor or elected official was paid over the course of, say, 2024. We just knew that there was an additional rate of pay. And this practice is quite different in different pockets of the province. The majority of our comparator group uses base pay to basically cover all of the business of council. So we're in the majority there. We're in with the majority there. So to that point, and perhaps I'm not answering as fully as I should, so I'll just finish with this. For those organizations that provide some additional per diem rate or per committee attendance rate, we didn't add those rates in because we didn't get them. We just added their base pay into the calculation. So one could argue, could make a statement, I think it's quite an apt statement, for I think it was 4 of our 15 comparators. The rates that we were using in the base pay analysis were quite conservative because 4 of them were getting that amount plus additional pay for time spent on, say, special committees or special meetings of council or special committees.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just to comment on that, my personal perspective, I think that if we continue with the committee model, because some of us are on, as Councillor Davoli said, multiple committees, and we do put a lot of time in each week on those committees at meetings and reading and stuff like that. So I think we definitely need to look at that if that's the model. I'm not against the limiting the conferences. I do really like the suggestion of coming back and giving a report on what sessions that we actually attended and what we learned from that and stuff like that. I think that would be very beneficial. I wouldn't want to limit, because I'm on 5 committees, I wouldn't want to limit what I learned to those committees because sometimes there's sessions that are sort of, that we wouldn't get the opportunity to learn about, but we can at some of the conferences, so.
All right, seeing no further questions. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Korstanji. Resolve the report FIN 25-41, Council Remuneration and Expense Policy Review dated August 11th, 2025 be received, and that the mayor's annual base pay be set at $57,589 effective for the new term of council, and this amount be adjusted for 2% inflation for 2026, $58,741, and that 2, councillor annual base pay be set at $28,643 effective for the new term of council. This amount be adjusted to 2% for inflation for 2026 to $29,216, and 3, that a healthcare spending account of $1,000 per councillor and for the mayor be approved effective for the 2027 calendar year, and that 4, a council remuneration review occur once during each council term by a third-party consultant, and 5, that council expense policy attached as Appendix B be approved, and 6, that staff be directed to prepare a draft bylaw to reflect the remuneration changes. Yes.
Mayor Jordan, may I suggest a friendly amendment to the resolution? I do echo the comments I've heard around the table about, we have standing committees and that people should be participating in them and that some of us carry a heavier workload than others. So might I suggest that that be the base pay? And I agree with all the numbers and everything that's been read, but that there be a minimum of 2 standing committees that every councillor must stand on. And anything over and above that is what it is.
All right, is the movement?
Through the chair, if I may make a suggestion, I'd suggest that we add a amendment that staff report back on that. It may go well with a committee of council policy that we're working on anyways. And I think we'd need to take that away from a financial perspective too, for any additions, what that might look like.
In terms of how it might be calculated if someone didn't or does or whatever. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I would like to see that tweaks a little bit further.
All right, I read the resolution. All in favor? You want a recorded vote? All right. E-scribe vote, please.
I'm voting yes. Victoria, did you get my vote there, or Katie?
Uh,
You confirm if you heard?
Yes, Councillor Sharwa, we got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mayor. I agreed with Councillor Howe about the healthcare spending not being a part of it. So I don't want to vote against this because I'm in favor of it in general, but I am concerned about the healthcare spending being part of it. So I don't know how to, because I don't.
So what we'd have to do is we'd have to cancel this vote and then vote again. And lift that separate. It was procedurally, it should have been lifted before.
I apologize. I was just, as I was clicking yes, I was reading through and the healthcare being on there. I don't want to vote against it because I don't want to appear that I'm voting against it as a whole. But that one part is something that I'd like to see removed. So
Yeah, procedurally, I'm okay if we lift that and take that out of it. Okay. That's fine with me. All right. Everything.
Through the chair, so your first vote that Katie's going to put up on the screen right now is everything except item 3, the healthcare spending account of $1,000 per counselor. That will be voted on separately second.
Councillor Sharwa, are you a yes?
Yes.
All right.
No, sorry. So if we say no to this, are we going to, we're saying no to Councillor Howe and Councillor DeFlavio's?
No, this is for,
Deletion of that.
this is for the main body of the resolution, except for number 3.
But if
Or, yeah, the
if we
healthcare.
vote no,
Oh, it was number.
okay.
It's number 3 in there.
So my question is, if we vote no, are we going to, I'm
You're going to be separate.
not sure if we're done at this point and we're, if there's a second,
Through the chair, there will be a second vote coming up regardless of how you vote on this one.
okay, so I'm going to vote no, because I would like to keep that in.
No.
Through the chair, so it's going to be a separate vote, so you can vote yes at the next one if you want to keep it in. So this is everything except the healthcare, and then we'll be doing a second vote for the healthcare.
So I'm in favor of the healthcare. I'm just a little confused on how we're doing this procedurally.
So if
I would
you're,
like-
Councillor Sharwa, if you're in favor of the healthcare, you simply vote yes for both of them, right?
Okay,
For the second one.
I'm voting yes then.
No, it's second.
Yeah,
she wants to vote
yes.
Yes, because we defeat the second one, right? So.
So again, to clarify, I'm in favor of the $1,000 for healthcare.
Right, so that's the next vote. This is for everything else.
Okay, yes, I'm also in favor of that as well. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, that's approved.
No, we'll vote on the healthcare.
All right, and so we'll just keep the same mover and seconder for the lifted. We'll have moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Korstanji, resolved that a healthcare standing account of $1,000 per councillor and for the mayor be approved effective for the 2027 calendar year. Councillor DeVoley.
If I could just ask for some clarification about the specifics of how the healthcare spending account would work then. Can someone just expand upon that? Because I had mentioned earlier that some businesses or some employers use it so that the $1,000 can go towards paying premiums, for example, and then the employee pays the difference, or some have it where, they have coverage up to a certain amount, and then this can be used for the excess of any medical expenses they have in addition to it. So there's various ways to actually apply and use this amount being $1,000 in a healthcare spending account. Can someone just expand upon how they envision ours would work?
Our treasurer will do that. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, through the mayor. So yes, it would be up to a maximum of 1,000 per year, but there would be eligible and ineligible expenses. So there would definitely depend on what is being submitted there. I don't know if Dan wants to add regarding that particular case or not, but it would be up to 1,000. If you only spent 200, then we would pay 200 plus the admin fee, for example.
Yes, and if I could add through the chair, it's basically the prescribed coverage through the service provider. So they do have a program of what is covered. Hope that clarifies. Yeah.
Thank you. So if there were a counselor who had no coverage outside of the organization and wished to actually belong to a health and dental program, would they be able to use the $1,000 towards the premiums of the town zone program? Or no, we're saying no, that would not be how it would be handled in this case?
Through you, Chair, I would be saying no at this time.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if we can just defer that portion so that they could come back with some options for that. I'll tell you what, I'm in favor of it, but I know that, for instance, where my son worked, they had a healthcare spending account, and if you didn't spend it all, then the company matched it as part of your TSFA or some other kind of GIC or some other kind of savings account. So maybe the simplest way to do this would be to give everybody $1,000 to spend on health and not track it, not have to worry about the administration, which is going to take, time and money to administer it. So why not just make it really quick and simple and do it that way? So, I mean, I would propose that we do it that way because it would probably be a lot easier, and then people can spend it on what kind of health things that they need.
Councillor DeVoli.
I'm going to suggest that suggestion comes with income tax implications. Non-accountable allowances under the Income Tax Act are taxable to you. So by so doing, whether you spend it on medical or not, you just made the $1,000 taxable to everybody, whereas the healthcare spending accounts don't carry that same treatment. So I would suggest that, probably not, but I have no problem if you want to defer it to consider some of the other suggestions that are on the table. But I would just caution everybody that there can be tax implications to some of these things.
Okay, I'll pull back my request for deferral
on this. All right, so I've read the resolution. We can vote yes or no. We'll do e-scribe again.
Yes.
All right, that's carried. Next up, we have Derek Alley and John Murphy of the DFA Infrastructure International Incorporated, speaking to the Water, Wastewater Billing Modernization Program. Questions can be asked once the report is on the floor for discussion. Derek and John, please come to the podium and go ahead. Thank you. Welcome, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council and everyone else. I'm John Murphy. This is Derek Alley. We're from DFA Infrastructure. We were retained by the town to look at your water and wastewater rate structure, specifically to do with your fixed charges. Next slide. So we have a large agenda here. I'm not going to go through it, but you can see there's lots of different components to this presentation. Next slide. So the current situation in the municipality, or in the town of Grimsby, about 9,700 service properties and 10,600 billable units. Your water costs are recovered from customers through a volumetric fee based on consumption and a fixed charge based on a number of billable units, not necessarily per customer, but the billable units, and we'll get into that. 55% of your water costs are recovered from your volumetric fee, which is on a per cubic meter basis, and 45% of the water costs are recovered from your fixed charge, which is the billable units. Now, prior to 2023, the town recovered 100% of its wastewater costs through a connection-based sewer levy special area rate, which we call just a special area rate, or SAR. Next slide. In 2020, did I miss this? Okay, in 2023, the town changed how the wastewater costs were recovered from users. Now the town uses what they call a hybrid wastewater levy and user fee model for the recovery of wastewater costs, where 2/3 of the wastewater costs are recovered from the special area rate and 1/3 is recovered from the volumetric user fee based on water consumption. Now this ratio was changed in 2024 to a 50-50 split cost recovery. The town is currently the only municipality in Ontario to still use property taxes to fund the wastewater costs. The recovery of wastewater costs from property taxes and the use of billable units in setting fixed charges for water cost recoveries are not considered best practice. So to address this issue, the town retained us to look at alternative ways of recovering the fixed costs of your water and wastewater. So right here are your current fees and charges for water and wastewater, both the billable unit charge, the volumetric rates for water and wastewater, and the special area rate based on tax class. Next chart. Next. So again, now we did the analysis based on these values here. So we estimated in 2025 there were approximately 10,542 billable units. Next slide. And now the estimated number of customers by meter size, you can see there's about 9,688 water customers and slightly less wastewater customers. So there are some water-only customers within the town. Next slide. That's okay. So what we have here is your special area rate assessment. This is where your fixed wastewater revenue or fixed charge wastewater revenue is generated based on assessed values of properties. Now you can see there's some value in regards to exempt assessment, and these are properties that currently aren't charged the wastewater fixed charge because they're tax exempt. Churches, hospitals, and Tony could probably list a whole bunch. Next slide. So the estimated 2025 water revenues based on your current rate and the estimated customers we identified is about $3.6 million. Next slide. Now the estimated wastewater revenues from your special area rate is approximately $4.8 million based on those assessed values we looked at earlier. Next slide. Now here we're getting into a alternative cost recovery methodology for the fixed charge or the fixed costs that are currently recovered from your billable unit and your special area rate. So best practice in water and wastewater cost recovery. We have what is called the American Water Works Association, is an industry leader in water and wastewater related matters in North America. Now the AWWA recognizes the need for a balance between revenue security, that's your fixed charge, your fixed cost recovery, and water or resource conservation, and that's your consumption charge, and that's the charge based on how much you consume, or it's a charge per cubic meter. So the exact structure and degree to which policy objectives are prioritized are subject to council direction. So every municipality is a little bit different. Next slide. So the best practice in allocating fixed charges among customers is to use what is called a meter ratio based on meter size. And Derek can get into this, he's the engineer. Now, a meter ratio is a measure of a meter's capacity to flow water. So the bigger the meter, the more capacity that customer, the more water that customer can consume at any given point in time. Now, most of Niagara municipalities use the meter ratios in setting their water and wastewater fixed charges. Next slide. So here are the ratios, the American Water Works Association meter ratios. So here we have up to a 3/4 inch meter. Now that's typically residential. There are some commercial properties that have a smaller meter. They're given a base of 1. So every time a meter size increases, the ratio to which that meter can flow water increases, not necessarily exponentially, but you can see how as you get to a 6-inch meter, it can flow 33.33 times the amount of a typical 3/4 inch meter. Now, we'll be using these ratios in calculating these proposed fixed charges in this alternative rate structure. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so consideration preparing the fixed charge cost recovery analysis. Okay, the cost recovery analysis will calculate new water and wastewater fixed charges using the American Water Works Association meter ratios and compare these to new fixed charges against the current water and wastewater fixed charges as currently imposed by the town. Both fixed charge cost recovery options will be revenue neutral. So in regards to whether you look at or you use your current structure of the special area rate for water or a billable unit for water, these new rates, when imposed on the number of customers we identified, would generate the same level of revenue. So there's just going to be a shift in burden among the customers, but the exact amount of revenue will be the same whether you continue with your current structure or you move to a new structure. Next slide. So the benefits of using the meter ratio option in fixed charge cost allocation. Now there's greater equity and fairness in allocating water and wastewater costs among customers. All properties with the same meter size and the same consumption will pay the same amount. And properties previously exempt from the special area rate component of the wastewater bill will now be contributing towards funding system costs. So that's for those customers who are currently tax exempt, they don't contribute towards the wastewater fixed charge revenue. So they're sort of exempt from that. The best practice is to charge all customers for water and wastewater. It has nothing to do with tax status. And one thing, it's the system that we're presenting here, the cost recovery methodology we're presenting, is very easy to understand and is in keeping with best practice. Next slide. So we have the comparison of the water fixed charges. So again, the current charge for water based on the billable units is $346. Now, when we look at the fixed charge based on meter size, we didn't fudge the numbers. It just happened to be the exact same amount for the meters up to 3/4 inch. So a typical residential customer will pay the exact same amount in regards to the fixed charge component. But as the customer's meter size increases, they'll be paying more. Next slide, sorry. So in regards to the wastewater fixed charge, you can see the different tax classes, the level of taxable assessment in those tax classes, and the special area rate and the level of revenues they generate. Now, when that's converted to the customer's meter, you can see how the charges are calculated and the revenue identified here at 4.8 million is the same under both options. Next slide. So our important observations, revenue neutrality, which I identified earlier. There is a redistribution cost among customers, though, and properties previously exempt from the special area rate component of the wastewater bill will now be contributing towards funding system costs. Next slide. So this slide presents the sort of the tax exempt properties and the amount of funding they'll be contributing that they haven't previously contributed. But this is only in relation to the fixed component of their of the wastewater bill. Next slide. So this is where we get into the impact in regards to or the impact on customers. So the customer impact analysis will look at the cost impact on sample customers in changing the current fixed charge cost methods to a meter ratio-based fixed charge cost method. The customer impacts will look at a typical customer in the following property classes. Residential customers, and we have small, medium, and large. Multi-residential customers, so that would be an apartment building that have, I think in our analysis, we assume 30 units. And a commercial customer, which I think in our analysis, we look at sort of a small commercial mall of 5 units. And then industrial customers. Now, as we noticed in the last point there, the actual impacts will vary depending upon meter size and water consumption. But we use sort of sample, and I think the next slide will show what our assumptions are. So here are the assumptions in respect to our typical customers in residential, multi-residential, commercial, and industrial classes. You can see the number of billable units. Obviously, residential, they're just one. Multi-residential, an apartment with 30 units, which means 30 billable units. But that would have a 1-inch meter. So you see there's going to be a change in that customer. Now we have the property assessed values. Obviously, the residential, they range from small or lower assessed properties, lower assessed value properties to higher assessed value properties. And of course, these are all assumptions based on estimates of the typical commercial, industrial, and multi-residential properties. And then we have our assumption in regards to consumption. Next slide. So a small residential customer impact, the small residential customer will see approximately $173 annual increase, which translates into a 47 cents per day impact. Next slide. An average residential customer will see approximately a $36 increase per year, or 10 cents per day. Next slide. Now, a large customer will see a reduction in their wastewater bill of $116 or 32 cents. And that's mainly to do with the wastewater fixed charge because obviously their wastewater fixed charge is based on their assessed value, which obviously is going to be higher than a small or lower valued property, a residential property. Next slide. So this is a multi-residential customer, and you can see that there is a significant savings because currently your structure would impose a charge based on the number of billable units. So in our assumption here, we're looking at an apartment with 30 units. So 30 times $342, $46 versus, I think it's a 1-inch meter we assumed. So that 1-inch meter has a meter ratio, I think 1.33. So it'll be the $346, which is the fixed component for water for that, the fixed component for water times 1.33, I think it's $500 or $578. So you can see the various ups and downs, but of course consumption is the same. We were not changing the volumetric fee, but the multi-residential customer with 30 units and whatever we assume the assessed value of the property would see a $12,000 annual reduction. So next slide. So commercial customer impact, again, in this case, a $21 increase, so quite minimal. Next slide. Now the industrial customers will see a increase in their annual water, and this, again, based on that typical customer and the assumptions we used, would see an increase of about $4,000 per year. And that has to do with the assumption we made in regards to industrial properties. This one had a 6-inch meter, which I think is 33.33 times the typical residential customer. But right now, an industrial customer who has a large meter who may consume a heck of a lot of water is only going to pay $346 because it's one billable unit. So best practice would assign a larger cost to that customer because they can draw more water, and which means capacity has to be built into the system to provide that level of water flow or water consumption. Next slide. So here's the summary of the customer impacts, and you can see how an average residential customer will see a nominal increase, as will a commercial customer, but the multi-residential customer would see a significant savings versus an industrial customer, which would see a significant increase. Next slide. So we have we're presenting a mitigation option to help provide further relief to the small residential customers. So the impact on the small residential customer shows $173 increase in your annual water wastewater bill due to the proposed changes. Further changes to the water wastewater cost recovery structure are proposed that would provide relief to the small residential customer. So what we're proposing, the shift the percent of the water wastewater cost recovered from the fixed charge to the volumetric charge. So what you'd see is an increase in the volumetric rate for water and wastewater, but a drop in the fixed charge. So we'll show that in the next few slides. Now what this does is it gives more control by the customer on their water bill. Obviously, when the fixed charges are reduced, they're paying that regardless of how much water they consume. But if they want to save, they'll save more by consuming less. Next slide. So currently, 45% of the total water costs are being recovered from the water fixed charge, with 55% of the total water costs being recovered from the volumetric fee. Currently, as we mentioned earlier, 50% of the total wastewater costs are recovered from the special area rate and 50% from the volumetric rate. The mitigation option we're presenting here will shift the water and wastewater cost recovery to 40% of the cost being recovered from the fixed charge, with 60% being recovered from the volumetric fee. Next slide. So with that change in cost recovery percentages or allocation, you can see the small residential customer will now see an increase of $139 versus $178, whereas the average residential customer will see a $2 increase nominal. So it sort of compresses those shifts. Next slide. So when we compare to the other Niagara municipalities, currently the town is $1,400 for water and wastewater, and this is based on the average residential customer and our assumptions in regards to the property value and whatnot. Looking at the proposed new structure, that would increase to $1,467, but with the mitigation option, it'd be reduced to $1,433. So as I said, pretty much the same as what they're currently paying. Next slide. So the recommendations here is council approve to eliminate the wastewater tax levy or the special area rate and move to 100% cost recovery on the water wastewater bill in 2026. Recommendation 2, council approve the AWWA recommended meter ratio for calculating the water and wastewater fixed charges for 2026. So the next steps, review fixed versus variable splits as part of the 2026 budget. I guess staff are investigating feasibility of moving to a bi-monthly water and wastewater billing, so every 2 months. Neptune, which I think is their billing software, to install newer meter models to allow for remote meter reading to enable bi-monthly billing, and then communicate notice of meter changeouts and billing changes to customers. And questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm really glad that we are finally are not the only municipality in Ontario to do things this way. It's about time. Councillor Davoli. Councillor Howe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. First of all, gentlemen, I'm going to congratulate you because we listen to a lot of people over time, but you seem to have an ability to get the message across. So I thank you very much for being on point. Yeah, it's a treat to be able to listen to it explained in ways that maybe I can understand it. So thank you.
Councillor DeVoldy.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. A question to our presenters, and then I do have a few comments. Can you tell me approximately how many liters of water the average household, I'll even say, or the average person in Grimsby uses? Did you ever get down into the nitty-gritty of how we compare in terms of water usage per person?
I think it's on the slide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think, is it 180 cubic meters, so
It's around that.
times 1,000, so if you want to go liters. And these are just assumptions, sorry, through Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I will just add a few comments about a bit of research that I did. And I will start by saying, so my research revealed that in Canada, Canadians use something like 223 liters per person per day. Our American friends use 310 liters per person per day. In the UK, 150, and in Germany, 128, which perhaps is an indication of truly what conservation can actually do for us. I think a lot of us operate under the assumption that we have an abundance of water in Canada, and perhaps we do. Our friends to the south also believe that, which is why there are comments that come up occasionally about ripping up the Canada-US agreement on sharing water from the Great Lakes. But certainly we know that metering, and not just water, but wastewater metering, when we're metering our water consumption, we know it leads to less water usage. And so for many reasons, and you've proven it with the numbers here, but for many reasons, I encourage us all to be more environmentally conscious going forward. And so I believe that when we make changes like that are being proposed in this report, that ultimately it leads to less water usage and to all of us being more environmentally conscious. And that is a good thing that we actually do that. I think what it really shows is the power of pricing and the impact that it can have on each of us. I also very much support the concept of going from billing 4 months to billing every other month. Working in the financial planning field, and I don't think it's a mystery to any of us in our personal lives, when you get a bill every 2 months, it causes you to look at it and be aware of what you're doing. Every 4 months leads to a lot of consternation and a lot of upset people on occasion because they either have a leak and they didn't realize it, or on and on. And so I think for a lot of reasons, it helps people manage their own personal cash flow when we bill more frequently. So I will say that, for all those reasons and the ones that have been outlined in the report, I think moving to 100% of having our wastewater levy move completely over for 2026 makes a lot of sense, and that the ratios that are being suggested also make sense in terms of the amount of work that how big we need to build our system to accommodate that now this metering and this pricing method will actually reflect more accurately the usage and the customers that we have.
Councillor Flavio.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just a few questions. So do we know how many properties are affected by the higher fixed charges? I thank you for your presentation. I should start with that. And I guess further to that, how do we plan on communicating, and this is not for you, this is for staff, how do we plan on communicating to residents and commercial and industrial taxpayers how they're going to be impacted by those changes before the 2026 first water bill comes out? And then I've got a couple of other questions.
So yes, through the mayor, so there's about half the properties, like you were saying, about half will see a decrease, half will see an increase, depending on your assessment in relation to your meter size. So I do want to stress, though, that going forward, everyone's going to be paying the same amount as long as you have the same meter and use the same amount of water. That isn't happening right now. So going forward, it will be a fairer way of apportioning these costs. In terms of the communication plan, we will be alerting customers of the pending changes to the rate methodology and the billing timelines. We'll be including water bill inserts with the next billings to advise customers of the changes in the rate structure that are coming up. There's going to be one more billing. We bill 3 times a year. There's going to be one more billing starting in September. And we'll be including, website enhancements, news item releases to make every effort to educate town residents about the upcoming changes. We're looking at things like a calculator on our website, so you can calculate what your bill is going to be like based on some assumptions, based on your meter size and how much water you think you use, so people can start to plan for that. And again, by going to the increased billing frequency, that should help manage costs better. You'll be getting more frequent bills, and so each bill will be relatively smaller than if we were to bill once every 4 months.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you for that. That's all great information. I love the idea of the people being able to calculate. The bi-monthly is huge, because some of the feedback that I've received since we took the tax off the levy and put it on the water bill was that it is overwhelming to get it every 4 months, because, when your water bill was $150 a month 10 years ago, if you got it every 4 months, it wasn't a big deal for a lot of people. But now that same water bill might be $500 because of the way the changes to the system, it is important to get that out more frequently. And I know that our Public Works Department is in the process of doing the meter updates, which will allow us to do that as well, because we're limited by the meters that we had as well that prevented us from doing that. So there's lots of positive going on. I agree with you wholeheartedly and with the mayor that this should have been taken off the levy a long time ago. So I'm happy that it's coming off the levy. I hope that when we come to budget time that it actually comes off of the, well, I mean, I know that we make adjustments, but that we adjust accordingly, that it's not just more revenue, that it comes off and then we put it back on in an honest manner. The other questions that I had for the consultant is, so you're talking about the size of the 6-inch versus 3/4 inch versus 1-inch infrastructure that's provided. I don't know if you mentioned, and if you did, I apologize for missing it. Is that the standard? Is the gauge the standard across municipalities in Ontario for how that is billed, or is that something newer and something that's being done more frequently? Because I understand both. I understand that, it may pre-existing infrastructure may have already been there, but I'm also concerned about, do we know what size of pipes are going to all these businesses, what size of meter, or is it going to be a make-work project for staff to go out and do the investigation of all of this? Is this very clearly documented, or is it something that will have to be, we'll have to hire a staff member in order to go out and figure this out, or consult even further?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The meter ratios are, I guess I'll give a bit more information on the meter ratios. They are based on years of research done by the American Water Works Association. And they've come up with a set of ratios that represent the amount of water a particular type of user can take depending on the size of the meter relative to residential customer. For practical reasons, many municipalities have made the 3/4 inch meter and the 5-inch meter the same, because they can residential properties can use both. So, and they access roughly the same amount of water. Now, in terms of whether or not you have the meters in place, the answer is yes, because you already charge for water based on consumption. So you've got the meters in place. It's just a matter of saying now that instead of the special area rate, you're now going to assign a charge based on the meter size. And as John went through in the presentation, it's just translating that amount you wish to recover from your fixed charge, and we ended up with a 40% of your cost recovery would come from that, and spreading that through the various meter sizes based on the number of customers you have in each. So the pie is going to be the same, but how it's divvied up, it's going to be different. And the effort here was really to make the impact on the residential customer minimal or negligible as much as possible. So that's the objective, because the transition is always difficult. But once you're in it, like most other municipalities across Canada and North America for that matter, it's a matter of just sort of increasing rates and so on and so forth. But you're going from, the very old system of, having it on the property taxes to something that's, new. So the transition is going to be the key part here. But if you do it as how it was described in the presentation, and as staff has sort of indicated, I think, it'll be fine. And people can, understand it better and be aware of the changes that are coming. And I think it should be okay.
All right, seeing no further questions, can we, Councillor Howe.
No, I don't know if anybody else was like myself. I did not get that presentation that the gentleman used. Is that available to us?
Yeah.
Can I get a copy of it?
We can make sure you get it. All right, seeing no further questions, can I get a mover and seconder to receive the delegation and the report for the water and wastewater billing modernization? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the delegation from DFA Infrastructure International Incorporated regarding the water, wastewater billing modernization project be received, and that report FIN 25-43 Water and Wastewater Building Modernization Update dated August 11th, 2025 be received, and that Council approve the elimination of the wastewater tax levy effective for the 2026 tax budget and billing cycle, and that Council approve implementation of a rate-based fee recovery model bill for 100% of the town's net wastewater costs as part of the town's water bills effective for the 2026 rate budget and billing cycle, and that fixed costs for water and wastewater be based on water meter ratios in relation to water meter size as per Appendix A, effective for the 2026 budget and billing cycle, and that Council approve a revised billing frequency from triannually to bi-monthly pending applicable hardware installations effective for the 2026 budget and billing cycle. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Regional Councillor Seaborn, you're on now.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Jordan. I know Mayor Jordan's heard this before, but for the benefit of the rest of you. The motion I'd like to bring forward this evening was first published in Municipal World on July 2nd. It was presented to Regional Council on July 24th, where it passed unanimously. I invite Grimsby Council to consider this motion. It was launched in June 2025. Elect Respect calls for public officials and citizens
to stand against harassment, abuse, and toxic discourse in politics. It also promotes renewed commitment to respectful public service. Their website claims, today, democracy is under pressure, public distrust is rising, personal attacks, harassment, and inappropriate conduct in political spaces are becoming more common. We can create an environment where elected officials can serve their community without fear of threats or abuse. People are being scared away from politics by this sort of behavior, and democracy itself is weakened when good people choose not to get involved. At the heart of Elect Respect is an online pledge. The local councils can adopt to prepare the resolution that not only calls for them to stand against personal attacks, but to also focus debate on ideas and policies, not personal attacks, and help build a supportive culture where people of all backgrounds feel safe to run and hold office. This is the motion that was provided to council. Whereas democracy is healthy when everyone is able to participate fully and safely and contribute to the well-being of their community. Whereas we are witnessing a dissolution of the democratic discourse and respectful debate across all levels of government and the neighboring jurisdictions. Whereas Ontario's municipally elected officials are dealing with increasingly hostile, unsafe work environments facing threats and harassment. Whereas social media platforms have exacerbated disrespectful dialogue, negative commentary, toxic engagement, which desensitizes individuals, especially women and candidates from diverse backgrounds, from running for office. Whereas better decisions are made when democracy is respectful and constructive, and the voices of diverse genders, identities, ethnicities, races, sexual orientation, ages, and abilities are heard and represented around a municipal council table. Whereas the Association of Municipalities for the Ontario Healthy Democracy Project has identified concerning trends with fewer people voting in local elections and running for municipal office. Whereas in 2024, female elected representatives from across Halton formed a group called HER, which is the Halton Elected Representatives, which pledged to speak out against harassment and negativity in politics and call on elected officials to uphold the highest standards of conduct. Whereas HER has launched a campaign called Elect Respect to promote the importance of healthy democracy and safe, inclusive, respectful work environments for all elected officials, and encourages individuals to participate in political processes. And whereas on June 5th, 2025, the Canadian Association of Feminist Parliamentarians launched a nonpartisan parliamentary civility pledge, that's a mouthful, and encourage all parliamentarians to commit to the end of workplace harassment, increased civility on Parliament Hill, and modeled after the pledge that was developed by the Halton representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Niagara Regional Council supports the Elect Respect pledge and commits to treat others with respect in all spaces, public, private, and online, reject and call out harassment, abuse, and personal attacks, focus debate on ideas and policies, not personal attacks, help build a supportive culture where people of all backgrounds feel safe in running and holding an office, call on relevant authorities to ensure that the protection of elected officials who face abuse and threats, and model integrity and respect by holding one another to the highest standards of conduct. That the Niagara Regional Council calls on elected officials, organizations, and community members to support the Elect Respect campaign and to sign the online pledge, which is www.electrespect.ca. And finally, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Associations of Municipalities of Ontario, Ontario Big City Mayors, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Niagara's MPs and MPPs, Niagara Regional Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. As I said, that motion was accepted by council unanimously, and there was a further amendment that suggested that we share it with all the municipalities in Niagara because we felt that it was important to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Seaborn. In our correspondence portion of the meeting, Councillor Korstanji has moved to endorse the City of St. Catharines elect respect motion. So if council's okay with it, we could just lift that and once we get a seconder, endorse that right now. So Councillor Howe, you'd like to second? All right. So I'll read that resolution now. Councillor Korstanji has moved to endorse the City of St. Catharines elect respect motion. We have moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that council endorse the City of St. Catharines motion regarding an elect respect pledge. All in favor? And that's carried. Great. So we've done our work already. Now we're moving to closed session. Can I have a mover and seconder to move into closed? Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that council meet in closed session under Section 2392 of the Municipal Act, specifically regarding potential litigation, identifiable individual update pursuant to Section 2392F, and potential land acquisition disposition pursuant to Section 2392C. All in favor to go into closed? Thank you. We're now moving into closed. We'll have to vacate the chambers, and we'll come back to open and resume the meeting after the closed session. Councillor DeVoley, why don't you go ahead with your chair report, and we'll go back to the motion when Councillor Howe returns.
Sure, I can certainly start now. So I would just like to summarize for everyone the Finance Committee meeting of July 24th. And pardon me while I make the screen big enough to see. Besides approving the usual minutes and so on and so forth, the first discussion report that was, I'll say, quite meaty was the finance report on our consolidated financial statements. So the draft financial statements were presented to the committee, including various letters and reports that came to us from the auditors, KPMG. And basically, the committee had an opportunity to hear from our staff, walking us through the financial statements, as well as hearing from our auditor. And to summarize it, basically, the auditors have no particular issues they wish to bring to our attention. The audit went smoothly. And the financial statements, of course, are the draft financial statements are being recommended to be approved to council. Council's approval is a critical part because those charged with governance need to approve it. And when the management representation letter, when council approval goes through and so on and so forth, then the financial statements can be finalized, at which point in time, then our staff will be posting them onto our website. But for those of you who are dying to read them before then, of course, they are also attached to the Finance Committee agenda. The next item on the agenda after that was a presentation from the Fire Marquee Agency. Basically, it's the proposal that's been put forth by staff is that the town of Grimsby would enter into a 3-year agreement with this particular company, and that there would be a billing to residential properties when there are certain types of fire incidents. The committee had a number of questions, and in fact, some questions that require a little more investigation. And so at this point in time, the matter has been deferred to the next meeting, and we have no recommendation on that at this time. And there were a number of reports that came to the Fire Committee on the community services budget. As an example, a request for a budget amendment so that a strategic plan could be done that would include the other departments. The library is currently undergoing strategic planning, but we would like to extend that even further to the museum and to the art gallery. There are many grants that require that to be done, and so this will help ease that so that we can always say when we're applying for these grants that yes, we have done strategic planning, it's in place, et cetera, et cetera. There was also, so that's our recommendation, that that be approved, and the details are included in 8.3. There was also a request for another budget amendment to do with the international plowing match, and that's for another $8,000 so that we can basically go forward and with some marketing and so on for the town of Grimsby. And then there was a report on the community development grant, and you'll recall that that's the kind of standard $100,000 that council has provided for in the budget. And so the report is just an update on what is happening with that. There was also what is becoming almost our standard report, but every time there's a finance meeting, we receive a report on the Peach King Center expansion and how the costs are compared to the budget and how that is doing. And so that was just strictly an update, and things are moving along well on that. And then the last report had to do with a financial report on the first term and what our costs, what our budgeted numbers were, and so on. And you'll see that report attached to the minutes, to the agenda as well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Councillor DeVoli. Just before we go with Councillor DeFlavio, can I have a mover and seconder for the closed session direction? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Corstangi. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Corstangi. Resolved that the information provided in closed session regarding the potential litigation identifiable individual update be received, and one, that the direction provided in closed session regarding potential land acquisition disposition be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, Councillor DeFlavio, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. On July 30th, 2025, the Public Works Committee met and dealt with some reports. The first one I'm going to talk about is the pedestrian crossover, the PXO for Nellis Road South. For those who are not familiar, there is a pedestrian crossover that's currently being installed near Nellis School on Nellis Road South to go work in conjunction with the sidewalks that are being installed and to make walking the route to school safer. So we're installing the town of Grimsby is installing the first PXO that we've installed in town. It's a level 2 type C with flashing beacons, so it's got flashing lights when somebody pushes the button, regulatory signage, pavement markings, and a raised crosswalk to enhance the safety for pedestrians there. So the raised sidewalk will also act as a speed hump in this case. Completion is targeted for August 15th, so coming soon to a neighborhood near you, and with a public education component involving local schools and the media. So we've asked staff to reach out. Schools have, for example, mailing lists, email lists, so to send it out to parents to let them know that this is coming soon and that people that walk will have access to this. There was a discussion about what the different types of PXOs were, but this seemed like the best and most appropriate for this neighborhood and for this use. Heavy vehicle restrictions was the next thing that we dealt with for 30 Road and Kemp Road East. The town of Lincoln, and working in conjunction with their request, the town of Grimsby are coordinating a reduction to introduce a 15,000 kilogram weight restriction on 30 Road and Kemp Road East. Local deliveries are exempt. If you don't know what that means, I would recommend looking at the report. There's a really good illustration that I can't put up on the screen for you of the types of trucks that are over 15,000 kilograms and are below 15,000 kilograms. And just to give you a breakdown of what those heavier trucks are, it would be things like dump trucks, transport trucks, like fully loaded transport trucks, not the cab, obviously, but a transport truck, cement mixers, those types of things. So things that are allowed under this restriction are things like school buses, waste removal vehicles, and cube type trucks that are, the thing that we think of as like a moving truck. Those are still okay. So if you see a big truck going by and it's one of those types of trucks, they are not breaking the rules. The restriction is 15,000 kilograms, but this will allow for both MTO and regional police to enforce these rules. So I'm glad we're doing that. Town hall modernization. There was an update. There's an ask for additional funds for the town hall modernization. There are some changes to the way that workstations are being dealt with, converted office, privacy screening, and meeting chairs. One of the things that came up was whether there was a need to change meeting chairs in some of the meeting rooms. So we've asked staff to look at removing that. It addresses procurement, reserve balance, fairness in office allocation, because there was perceived, or maybe not even perceived, unfairness in the way that offices were allocated. Remote work policies were discussed and whether some elements could be deferred, but in the end, the committee recommended it, other than the chairs in some of the rooms. There's a public highway dedication. So for those who are not familiar with the way that some developments occur, if you think of some developments around town where you have a dead end or a one-sided development where a developer puts in the roadway, puts in the infrastructure, and pays for all of that, but it is not fully developed because the owner of the property on the opposite side of the road chooses not to develop, or it's not appropriate at the time. The town puts in a 1 meter restriction, or 1 foot, restriction that prevents new homes from installing homes on the sewer lines and other infrastructure, water, and all those things that are put in the ground by the developer, in order to ensure that the developer is compensated for the work that they do at the time of development. So I can think of a few. The one that we're talking about here is Sumac Court and Peachtree Lane. And the idea is that as these, for those who aren't familiar with Sumac, it's the one up at the corner of, near just off of, between Main Street, between Kerman and Roberts Road. It's a cul-de-sac currently that's part of the new development that's being built there. The idea is that once that new development goes in, the restriction will be removed, and some of the money that was held back by the town will go back to the developer who put the money in the first place. We talked about Downtown Reimagined, the Century Condos Regional Road Permit, which is in place until June of 2026 for those who are concerned about it. South Service Road Project, which South Service Road was closed between Kerman Avenue and Stony Creek, that's now reopened. And also traffic concerns at Elm Street and Main Street, and Transportation Master Plan update is coming soon. So I'm sorry that I went on. I wanted to give a little bit of a background of all those things. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. And now I'll give Chair's report for the Planning and Development Committee of August 6, 2025. We actually only had one report. It was about additional residential units. And the report, it was fairly self-explanatory, but the best thing that came out of that is Planning Department is preparing additional residential unit information guide. So if anyone has any questions about additional residential units, they can contact Planning and get that information guide, and it'll make everything simple for everyone. And that's pretty well all we did on that meeting. And now we'll need a mover and seconder to approve the previous minutes. Councillor Bradzi, Councillor Howe. You have a question?
If I may, Mayor, I've got a couple of questions on the ARUs.
Sure.
Okay. And if I may, I'll direct them over to Terry. Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
In the hamlet, they can have one ARU, as I read it. But then in town, in a residential, they can have two ARUs. I guess I'm little, Terry, so that I can understand, I'm thinking about a spacing concern. You know, is there a rationale to that, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The Planning Act has guided us that in an urban serviced area, so municipal servicing with water and sewer, certain types of housing are allowed up to two. In hamlets, they don't have, they're on private servicing. So because of that, we've only limited them to one additional unit in those areas, just because it's not publicly serviced.
So it's a septic system issue. Okay. One other one, just in the noted, in the ARUs, you talked about, there's a comment about parking, and if you would think of this as side by side, but you've got tandem. Isn't there more issues in tandem parking in kind of a mixed or I mean, it's something within your own family, trying to get, you know, cars moved around in tandem. But if it's not, is there issues that come with tandem? Is there a way around tandem?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's, it's part of the regulation that we have to allow tandem, so it just, it allows that possibility. Are there going to be problems? Potentially, but that's really up to the landowners to figure out how they can navigate that. It just, there is a requirement that the additional parking for those additional units has to be on the lot. So unless they pursue a zoning bylaw amendment for that, but they have to have parking, so that's why tandem is permitted.
All right, moved by Councillor Bradzi, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the following minutes be approved. Council of July 7th, 2025, Finance Committee, July 24th, 2025, Public Works, July 30th, 2025, and Planning and Development Committee, August 6th, 2025. All in favor? That's carried. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the council endorsement packages for Grimsby Green and Age Friendly? Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Devoli. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Devoli. Resolved that the following endorsement packages be approved. Grimsby Green Advisory Committee from July 10th, 2025, and the Age Friendly Advisory Committee from July 15th, 2025. All in favor? That's carried. Before I get a mover and seconder to receive the board minutes, Councillor Sharwa, you have a question for the BIA meeting of June 25th, 2025?
I do. Thank you, Mayor George. So just reading through the minutes, I saw that there was a closed session regarding a position that's for a memorandum of understanding between the town and the BIA. And my concern is that we have two members on that committee, Councillor Devoli and Mayor Jordan, and both of you guys are absent. So I'm wondering, I'm not comfortable approving minutes when I don't know what transpired. I am not actually even sure what was even discussed in that session. And then we don't have any information or any representation from town council. So I'm wondering if we have a policy or if we could possibly defer this to get some information before we confirm.
We're actually we're not approving them. We're just receiving them. So you can vote to not receive them. That's fine.
But this was a question possibly to the clerk. Do we have any type of procedures in this situation where we don't have both members there for a closed session and we don't have information?
Through the chair, the members are considered members of the BIA, so it doesn't matter whether they're council representatives or not. If they have quorum, it's considered quorum. This is also the item that came to council in closed session in July and is on the public agenda for August.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can we get a mover and seconder to receive the board minutes? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradzi. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradzi. Resolved that the following board minutes be received. Committee of Adjustment, June 17th, 2025, Grimsby Downtown BIA, June 25th, 2025, Grimsby Downtown BIA, July 9th, 2025, Grimsby Green Advisory Committee, July 10th, 2025, Age Friendly Advisory Committee, July 15th, 2025, Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee, July 22nd, 2025. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, are there any announcements this evening? I'll probably start with some because I have a few. On Friday, August 8th, was there with a number of councilors, Councillor Sharwa, Councillor Kostanji, Councillor Bradzi, Councillor DeFlavio. I think I got everyone, right? Is that everyone? Did I miss anyone? All right, we're there at the 40 Creek Bridge to open it. We had staff members there as well. And if you check the social media, there's a great picture of all of us there. It looks pretty good. And the bridge is really, it's an awesome bridge across that creek. And it's really going to open up the trail system down to the pump house and up to even up to Coronation Park. So it's something that took a long time, and I'd like to commend all the councilors that worked very hard on seeing that come to fruition. Saturday, August 9th, I opened up United Kids Academy, which is down just across from Food Basics in the plaza there, and they're hoping to open up in September 60 extra daycare spots. So it was nice to meet with the owners and see their space that was there. And then today, happy to accompany Sarah Kim and Brandon Wortman to Niagara Falls. where we went to Niagara Falls Water Treatment Plant, and Minister Surma and Jones, along with MPP Oosterhoff, announced $7.1 million for the town of Grimsby for water system and irrigation infrastructure projects. And that was just really good news to get from the province, so we're really excited about that funding. So other announcements, Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through Chair. So at our last meeting, I wished our Special Olympic athletes good luck at the provincial games held in Brantford. And I'm happy to report that golf and bocce athletes each achieved 4th place. Our soccer team that went for the first time ever achieved a silver medal in their division. And all of our track athletes, we had 5 athletes go for track and field, all came back with at least 2 medals. So West Niagara was very well represented, and congratulations to all the athletes.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, on July 17th, I attended at the Grimsby Wetlands celebration for Wayne Furtick. It was held by the Hamilton Naturalist Club and the Rotary Club of Grimsby, recognizing Wayne for the work that he's done at the wetlands and to preserve that land as a councillor and a regional councillor over the years. It was well attended and well deserved, and it was nice. I mean, Bruce deserves an award of his own, but they dedicated the viewing platform to Wayne, which was a very nice gesture. And for those who haven't been to the wetlands, I recommend going down there. It's always a beautiful viewing experience. So.
Councillor DeVoley.
Thank you, Mayor. There was an email that came out to all councillors, but I just wanted to share with the public that on October 9th, the Grimsby Museum is holding its 5th annual Spirits with Spirits. Tickets are approximately $88. That does include dinner and the I'll call it the entertainment. After that, it runs between 6 and 9 o'clock. Will be held up at Southward Park. There is an age limitation on it. You must be 19 years of age or older in order to attend, but do encourage people to look into it.
All right, any further announcements? Seeing none, we were moving to discussion reports. The council remuneration report has already been considered, so we will move on to the 2026 budget timeline report. Can I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor for discussion? Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Bradzi. All right, questions? Oh, Tony, please introduce the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The purpose of this report is to outline the proposed budget timelines in accordance with the new strong mayor powers. Under the new legislation, the duty to propose a budget is the responsibility of the head of council, and there are a few key steps to keep in mind under this new process. The first step is the mayor's budget being presented. Council then has an opportunity to propose and pass amendments after the budget is presented. The mayor has an opportunity to then veto any of those amendments, and then council has one last chance to override a mayoral veto if 2/3 or more of council agree. And the budget is adopted at the end of the process, or if there are no amendments, vetoes, or overrides along the way. So the timelines we're proposing would advance the budget adoption by at least 2 months ahead of last year, and would result in the town's 2026 budget being adopted before 2026 even begins. The slide shown here provides a summary of the key dates along with our proposed timelines, and I'll now go over those once again and how they fit in with our proposed dates. So the mayor's budget, as I mentioned, would be presented on Monday, November 10th at a special council meeting. That's the first line. Then within 30 days of the budget being presented, council is provided with the opportunity to propose amendments. We're proposing to shorten that time period down from the legislated maximum to 14 days, with another special council meeting being held on November 24th to consider any proposed amendments. As shown, November 18th is the suggested deadline to submit amendments to the Clerk's Department for consideration at that November 24th meeting. If no amendments are put forth, the budget would be deemed adopted at that time as presented. If there are amendments put forth, a majority vote of council at the November 24th meeting would be required to pass any of those amendments. The mayoral veto period then begins. We're proposing to shorten that veto time period from the legislated 10 to 7 days. This allows the mayor a week to consider any of the approved amendments, and he has the option to veto them if he so chooses by December 1st. If no vetoes are made, the budget would be adopted as amended at that time. However, if there are vetoes, council has the ability to override any of them, but it can only be done with a 2/3 or better vote of council. Notices to override any mayoral vetoes would be due to clerks by December 15th. Pending the outcome of any overrides, the budget would then be adopted as amended at that point. So just to summarize, the budget timelines would be as presented. Recommendations are to shorten the time period for council amendments down to 14 days and shorten the mayoral veto period down to 7 days. Also attached to this report is an amended terms of reference for the Finance Standing Committee with modifications to keep the terms of reference on side with the new strong mayor powers and ensure there's no overlap in scope. Thank you. If there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Tony. Councillor Howe.
Tony, I congratulate you, and certainly a proponent of moving it up. I'm certainly not a favor of kind of how we're getting here, but I've got to live with that. But we've got a real tight timeline here. Don't any one of us expect to go on a holiday or be away in November, because we're going to have to be around. We've got about 7 days or 8 days, something like that, in order to provide submissions for amendments to the first go-around. There's timeframes here. With all due respect to you, Mayor, I'm not about to sit here and rubber stamp if there's any issues or what I think I've got to speak to. I certainly will, but there is that process in the tight timelines. And if I remember right, did I read something that there was a form that's required for these submissions? Did I see something?
Through the chair, so if council wanted to propose amendments, it's just a regular notice of motion form that we would be circulating. If council wishes to override a veto of the mayor, override the mayor's veto, there is a form that requires 2/3 majority of council, because we then have to call a special council meeting within 24 hours. So that form would be the responsibility of whomever to get 6 signatures to say that we have enough, we have a 2/3 majority to call a special council meeting. And I said 2/3, I apologize, it's actually a majority. So we need majority of council to call a special council meeting.
Okay, if I may. The special council meeting, what's our timeframe? And when we'll be looking at, I'm just saying, if we want to do anything, we've got timeframes.
Through the chair, so we did think about that when we're looking at the month of December. The deadline was Monday, December 15th, so we could call a council meeting either before that or on the 15th or the 16th. So we recognize we're cutting it close, but we are within that. I think it's the legislative timelines. So if we extend any of the other recommendations, we then push ourselves into holidays.
Maybe through you, Mayor, then there's a timeline here. Is there anything else that we've got to be aware of as to how we present, or are there technicalities that we're going to have to know about that dotting I's, crossing T's? Does it have to be presented directly to you, to your office? And, okay, just the timing, I'm scared of that.
Sure. Through the chair, maybe I'll start and Tony can add in. So there is a couple flow charts attached to the appendices. I know that seems a little excessive, but they're actually pretty clear. So any council amendments, those can go, they are filed the same way as anything else. You need a mover and a seconder, they come to me. It then goes on the special council meeting agenda for the budget. So it's as if it's a regular council meeting, it's just specific to the budget. And then the forum can also come to me as well if you are overriding the veto. In terms of specific amendments, maybe I'll let Tony speak to the specifics about, an in-year, it has to be relevant to the 2026 budget. It can't be for future years. It can't be for, it can't affect other projects. And I think I have that right, Tony, but maybe you could confirm.
Yeah, and I just want to add that there will be an opportunity to meet one-on-one with staff after the budget is proposed, but before the amendment period ends, so you can get a better understanding.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When you say there's an opportunity to meet one-on-one, is that the same thing we're going to do as we had done last year when the whole group was here and then we could just go through it?
Yeah, similar to that, except it'll be after the presentation rather than before.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Just under this new budget framework, I will be dissolving the Budget Committee of the Whole because we will be doing it this way. And we'll have the one-on-one meetings, and the framework with the special council meetings will allow us to move that way. Councillor DeVoli.
And then just to clarify what you just said, so that committee is dissolved. It'll just all be handled at the council table then? Is that
Yes,
correct?
and through the individual meetings and that type of thing. And that's why we have that schedule. And it's lined out with extra periods so we can get everything done. And I feel confident having a budget before year end is pretty special, coming from back when I was on council and we were approving budgets in June of the budget year. All right, so. All right, seeing no further questions, I have a mover and seconder. A move by Councillor Korstanji, second by Member Bradsey. Resolved that report FIN 25-42, 2026 Budget Timelines Report be received for information, and that the time period to pass a council resolution making amendment to the 2026 proposed budget be shortened from 30 to 14 days, and that the mayor's veto period in relation to said council budget amendments be shortened on a one-time basis from 10 to 7 days, and the modified terms of reference for the Finance Committee as included in Appendix C be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we will consider the Heritage Property Tax Relief Program Report. Notice of motion and council endorsement package. Can I have a mover and seconder to get the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Bradsey. Questions from council? Councillor Bradsey.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you. I just wanted to ask how the tax relief program affected commercial versus residential zonings. There's just a few heritage properties.
Yeah, it should be in the report.
Bianca, welcome.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So we divided it into two different percentages, and that was the intent of that was to allocate as much of the funding to the property owners as we could while still considering both. So we were recommending that the residential properties get a 40% rebate, and then the commercial get a 20% rebate. And then we also said that 50% of the funding should go to commercial. And then once the residential, say we didn't get a residential property to finish up the budget. Once all the residential ones are dealt with, if there's any funding left, then the commercial can be eligible again. It's just because you're looking at different amounts, and we wanted to make sure that we're able to allocate the funding to as many people as possible, while it's still being like a good rebate that they could actually use towards their properties.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Bianca. I just wanted to maybe flag if there's, I don't know if we actually do have any per se, but mixed-use heritage designated properties. How would that play out?
Through the mayor. So we did look at that. And so if there is a mixed use property, you basically, the one that you would benefit from the most, that's the one that you would get the portion of. So we'll just look at it as it comes in. And then, yeah, there's some other things in here like certain non-for-profit wouldn't be eligible. And then we have other grant programs for those properties. And then the town's ones obviously are not eligible.
Thank you.
Councillor DeVoley.
Thank you. A question to our staff. It's my understanding of this program that what we're suggesting is that applications would come in, and if they are complete, they'll be handled basically on a first-come, first-served basis. So my concern is that there conceivably are residents who live in heritage properties who may not be following this issue, and therefore may not be aware and might lose out on actually getting their application in on a timely basis. Can you just walk us through your thoughts on how you intend to make sure that all of our heritage properties are aware of this program in time to apply?
Thank you, through the mayor. That's definitely something that we considered, and we know we have a really good relationship with a lot of the property owners, and we have a lot of contact information. We'll be able to reach out directly, but we've been developing packages. So where every single property owner is going to get a package outlining the program. We're making a program guide, like an easy cheat sheet on how to apply, and then there'll be a bunch of additional information. We also do the same for our restoration grant. They get an entire package from us. So we'll be doing the same thing this year for that one.
Thank you. That I think will make it much more fair and equitable to make sure people are applying. My second question is still about fairness and equity, I guess. So I'm envisioning that this program will continue into the future, not just next year, but on an ongoing basis. And my question has to do with the fairness aspects of the same property owners always, I'll say, being the first at the water faucet, or at the, whatever you want to call it, right? I would like to have us consider a way that there could be some equitable distribution of it, that if, someone has applied for this for 3 years running, that perhaps, and others have not, just because we only have so much money and we're doing it on a first come, first served basis, how can we kind of restructure that to make sure that all the ones who keep coming in, I'll say, 10th, 12th, and 100th place in getting their applications in might actually get considered at some point in time?
Thank you, through the mayor. This is something we talked about at Heritage Committee quite a bit. And so what we landed on was an applicant can apply twice and get that equal application. But if they go to apply the third year, basically people who haven't applied yet, they'll be prioritized. They still can apply and get the chance at getting the funding, but new people will get it first, is essentially what we're saying for those 2 years, and then it'll switch back. So we're saying it every 2 years. And then we also took a lot into consideration for our other grant program, so that this was taken into consideration for that criteria. So basically, they'd lose a point if they received this funding. So we tried our best to work with both, so that the money allocated to the heritage properties is being dispersed to as many different property owners as possible.
Thank you. That makes me feel much better. Thank you.
Councillor Kurstanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I would just like to commend the Heritage staff and the Heritage Committee and the residents that have really advocated for this, and everybody has worked really hard for it. So I think that we have listened and, we have put together the best we can for, to see how this works, and everything was considered. So thank you for all your hard work, and to the Heritage Committee, which I sit on with Councillor DeFlavio. Thank you to our members and to the residents that advocated for this. Thank you.
Yes, it's certainly, I'm glad that we're moving forward with this program, because heritage is certainly a large part of the town of Grimsby, and why a lot of people come here. Councillor DeFlavio.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I advocated for this in the beginning, and I'm happy that we're following through on it. I think as a municipal council that prioritizes heritage, that it was one of the things that we talked about when we first got together as a council about what was important to us. I think it's important that we put our money where our mouth is, and I think that's what we're doing here. We're showing that we have skin in the game when it comes to funding heritage and preserving heritage in the town of Grimsby. So,
Councillor DeVola.
Thank you. Just one last question. Anytime we come up with these new programs, I think it's always good to regroup after we've gone through a cycle and get a report back. So can I just ask staff what the plan is on the subsequent reporting on how the program has played out, what the plan is to report back?
Through the mayor. So similarly to our grant program, which we ran last year as a pilot, we're recommending this as the pilot again. And the idea is that the program will continue. It's that we're going to come back with some more data, because we found with our other program, there were some tweaks we wanted to make after experiencing it. And we've also heard, like, is there enough funding and things like that? And I found with the previous grant, we had a difficult time getting applicants. And so we were like, let's try it out. Let's see if what we have allocated is the right amount. So all that data would come back likely after a year of experiencing it, and then we can give feedback similarly as we did with the other program.
And follow up to that, can I ask to which committee that report will then be coming?
Through the chair, usually goes to Heritage Committee, and then it goes to Planning Committee through the minutes, and then comes to Council through the endorsement package.
All right, seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Bradzi. Resolved that report PA 25-28, recommendation report, Heritage Property Tax Relief Program dated August 11, 2025 be received, and that council proceed with the implementation of the Heritage Property Tax Relief Program and the passing of the Heritage Property Tax Relief Program bylaw. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, Councillor DeFlavio has asked that the rules of procedure be temporarily suspended regarding the Niagara Region contribution to the Heritage Tax Release Program. Need a seconder? Councillor Corstangi. Yeah, is everyone happy with two-thirds to proceed tonight? Just raise your hands.
We're going to 18.1 immediately?
Yes.
Yeah, did we skip?
Through the chair, we moved all the heritage tax items together. So the notice of motion is next, followed by the council endorsement package that we missed in the beginning of the meeting.
All right, so that's carried, I assume. No one's,
Can we just do?
yeah, do a show of hands.
No, you can't comment.
No, you
on
can't
this.
comment on two-thirds. Yeah,
You have two-thirds, everybody except Dawn.
yeah. All right, we'll do it by e-scribe then. Councillor Sharwa?
Yes.
All right, that's carried. Now we have a mover and seconder, so we can have discussion on the resolution. I'll read it. I'll read it after, but we won't need to read it in advance. Councillor Howe.
If I can, through you, Mayor. I guess I found, not supporting it, here we're going to the region, our punching bag that we'd like to, beat away at the region for this and that. Next thing, if I remember right, I believe that the region used to have this program or this type of program, and that they withdrew from it a year ago or a couple of years ago, and not doing it anymore. The region doesn't have any money. If they're going to come up with the money, I don't know where they're going to come up with it. And we're asking them to support our belief, and justifiably so, our belief that heritage is important, but how can we go hand in hand? You can only go ask so often.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I strongly disagree with my colleague. I think that we support the region through the taxes that we give. And I've often felt that what we get less than what we give. So I have no problem asking the region to support this initiative. I mean, frankly, if heritage is good for Grimsby, it's also good for the region. And I don't think we're asking a lot of the region. So that's my feeling. I have no issue with it. I think it's a good idea.
Councillor DeFlavia.
Thanks, Mayor. The reason why I brought this forward was, as Councillor Howe mentioned, in the past, when we had our facade improvement program and other heritage incentives, the region did have a matching policy, and that was able to get us significant investments in our heritage properties as a result of taxpayers who saw the incentive as a reason to fix up the front of their building, fix up the building as a whole. The study that we showed hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on heritage homes and properties in the town of Grimsby. And what we put in was insignificant in comparison to the investment. When I look at heritage, I think of heritage properties as, I think of heritage property owners and the town of Grimsby as custodians of heritage properties. We have a responsibility to maintain, to preserve, to enhance wherever possible. And if we're asking, if we're saying the town of Grimsby is willing to support this, and the Municipal Act allows for the region to match this, it only makes sense for that to happen. And what I believe happens, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, is that once that matching occurs, at least it was in the past, that even the education portion is matched at the provincial level because of the legislation. So there are lots of positive reasons to do this. The bottom line is the region needs to step up. Niagara is there are a few very distinct heritage areas in the province of Ontario. I think Niagara is one of those because of our relationship to our American neighbors, because of the United Empire Loyalist history, because of the War of 1812, and all the things that made Upper Canada, that's on our plaque out in front of the museum there. We're a very distinct part of Ontario, and the region, by matching the town's portion of the tax, will go a long way. And we also, part of the discussion was also, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, we know that the town's portion of the tax bill is insignificant in comparison to the regions. It's about a third of the overall tax bill or less, depending on how you slice it up. So if the region matches it, it is actually a significantly higher tax relief for these property owners, for the people who own these heritage properties. And hopefully a significantly greater amount that can be put back into these properties. I would have loved the old Heritage Incentive Program to stay in place. Unfortunately, it's gone. This is us stepping up and saying, we recognize the value of that, and this is what we're doing to keep it going. I'd like the region to do the same thing. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. And if I can just further add to Councillor DeFlavio, the region is used to lower tier municipalities asking for money. Just last council meeting, the city of Welland, under the SIP program, asked for $40 million. And I voted against it personally because I don't think they should be giving a developer who actually develops in Grimsby as well and has a project down by the lake that he is not developing, asked for the $40 million. And we as a municipality send as much money to the region as the city of Welland does. And they have double the population. So it's high time that we, as a municipality of Grimsby, we haven't really asked for a lot from the region since we asked for a regional share for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital in 2018. So I just really support this. So go ahead, Councillor DeFlavio.
That's okay. My question has to do with the specifics within the notice of motion. So we're requesting to have a delegation there. When we are requesting that, could someone give me some background as to who specifically we are sending or envisioning would be on this team and would be going? Are we suggesting it's the mayor, our regional councillor, that it's our planning director, our heritage planners? Can you give me what you're thinking? And I'm not sure who I'm directing the question to, but, who are we? Maybe it's to the person making the motion. Who are we specifically thinking would be the delegation?
Yeah, go ahead, Tori.
Through the chair, the way the motion has been worded, we need to send the request to the region and then determine that because it depends what committee it goes to. If it goes directly to regional councillor, it would make more sense for the mayor to speak to that or a regional councillor. So I think we left it intentionally vague, if I may speak on your behalf, to figure out who that person would be, whether it be staff, whether it be the mayor. We need to hear from the region first.
All right, seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corstangi, whereas Section 365.2 of the Municipal Act permits local municipalities to establish tax relief programs for eligible heritage properties, and whereas the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee is recommending that the town of Grimsby enact a bylaw to establish a heritage property tax relief program intended to encourage the conservation, maintenance, and stewardship of designated heritage properties within the town, and whereas the town's program provides tax relief up to 40% for eligible residential properties and 20% for eligible commercial properties based on municipal and educational portions of the tax bill, and whereas Section 365.2 of the Municipal Act also allows for upper-tier municipalities to participate in the cost of tax reductions by passing a similar bylaw, therefore be it resolved that the Council requests the Niagara Region to consider passing a bylaw under Section 365.2 of the Municipal Act to contribute to the Town of Grimsby's Heritage Property Tax Relief Program. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution, together with a copy of the town's bylaw, will be forwarded to the Niagara Region's Commissioner of Corporate Services and the Regional Clerk for consideration. Be it further resolved that the Town of Grimsby will request an opportunity to designate the appropriate regional standing committee and or regional council to further detail the program and the importance of heritage to the town of Grimsby and the Niagara region. Recorded vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Charwa. And that's carried unanimously. Can I have a mover and seconder for the Heritage Council endorsement package? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corstangi. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corstangi, resolved that the council endorsement package from the Grimsby Heritage Advisory Committee dated July 22nd, 2025 be approved. All in favor? That's carried. We will move on to the Grimsby Intensification Strategy and Growth Projections Report. Can I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor for discussion? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradzi. Questions or comments? Councillor Vardy.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in complete disagreement with the recommended option. I'm going to need my 10 minutes. Oh, shoot. Okay. So when the consultants came, I remember their presentation quite clearly, and they said that the estimates were based on the growth that we've had, which was quite exceptional. So, you know, it wasn't sort of regular trajectory kind of growth. It was a huge growth spurt. So they were basing their recommendations on something that was not a regular baseline, but an unusual baseline. So for that reason, it skewed all the results of all the options. In the presentation, what we saw was, frankly, just boilerplate. I mean, it didn't even look like Grimsby. I remember Councillor DeFlavio pointing that out. So, I mean, I don't have a lot of confidence in that report. And the other thing that we haven't talked about, and I think we need to talk about when we're going to talk about these numbers, are where are these parks going to go? What kind of services are we going to need? What are we going to do for schools? The West Niagara High School is already oversubscribed. People in the catchment area can't get their kids in. So, like, I think it's foolhardy to sort of endorse these kinds of numbers when we know that they're already out of whack. And they are also beyond what the region has assigned to us, which was already quite a heavy load. And there's also a kind of cultural adaptation here, you know, for the residents of Grimsby. They are not comfortable with this kind of growth at this rate of speed. So I believe you have to grow to survive. That's important. But we need a more sort of steady measured growth, a more thoughtful growth. And I think going with option 2 is truly the wrong way to go. If we exceed our numbers in option 1, great. But before I could even support any of this, I want my other questions answered. You know, can our hospitals support that kind of growth? You know, we're only getting a few more extra beds. Like we haven't gotten sort of, you know, we haven't doubled in size. So, so I really think that it would be unwise. I mean, if we have to pick an option today, then it should be option 1, because we have a lot more work to do around how we're going to fit all of these people in, and we represent the residents. You know, they want to see a steady growth, not an overwhelming growth. So I'll stop there.
There we go. Through you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Harold.
Through you, Mayor. I'd also invite my colleague Terry to chime in as well. But I'll kick this off. Very good points. I don't think that there should be some recognition that there's growth coming. And what we're trying to do with this report is not target a growth, but rather be prepared for that growth. It's very important that we try, for exactly the same reasons that you just pointed out, the lack of, the fear for having not adequate services for the current population, that is exactly the thing that we're trying to avoid. We don't want to have a growth that occurs and that we aren't prepared for. whether that's services such as parks, amenities such as parks, and services such as the hospital or school. And so what we want to do is be as realistic as possible, given the extraordinary position that Grimsby is in, to not underestimate that growth. With a GO station around, most likely to occur in a very short period of time, in the next couple of years, if not at most 5 years, we are planning for a horizon of 20, and we need to ensure that that today, as soon as possible, the region and even the province and us, of course, are beginning to make the case for the funding to be set aside or to be planned for capital improvements and others that we will need to prepare for that population.
So, I may respond. I still think once we say, okay, we're planning for this amount of growth, we're going to be held to that number. And the region is going to say, because you know what, we're going to be picking up the slack for everybody else. The region's going to say, well, you planned for this, you know, better shoehorn them in there because you said you could. You said you were planning for it. So I think it's I take your point, and I have a lot of respect for you and your opinions, but I think that once we give a number, we're going to get stuck with that number. We're going to be held account to that number. We're going to go push to that number, and it's not a number we want. So, I mean, we can do this, and we can kind of, you know, take another look in 7 years and see how we're going. But I just think, because these numbers were based on what was already an exceptional growth spurt that already the community is rallying against, I think it's ill-advised. It's ill-advised to plan for more. And I think at some point you got to say, we're full. We're full up. Okay? Go to Welland or, you know, Waynfleet or wherever. But, you know, we've done our share, because we're going to be splitting at the seams with those numbers, and it's going to make for an unhappy place to live.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. So I agree with Councillor Vardy. I was actually going to say something similar before I kind of, you know, explain my rationale. I'm also going to suggest that we potentially consider scenario 1, not just the endorsement of scenario 2, being that this report does state that all 3 options are already significantly higher than the regional population numbers already. So even if we were to pick scenario 1, that's still very progressive in our numbers. And like Councillor Vardy said, I think if we put our hand up and we say, yeah, you know, we're ready for that, they're just going to slam us with it. And we know now that growth no longer pays for growth. So the more that we say, yeah, come here, that's on the backs of every single taxpayer in Grimsby. And I'm not prepared to do that. So, you know, I'm always open to more discussion. And, you know, maybe we do end up with scenario 2, but I would like to put that option out there where we do consider scenario 1 as well. Thank you. Oh, and actually, I just would also like to commend the 3 of you. I think 3 of you were there when we did have that one-on-one meeting, Harold. And I really do appreciate you going through all of these, you know, discussions. I thought it was wonderful, and I love the vision that we kind of, you know, discussed. And I won't get into that right now, but again, I do feel very strongly that we also have a discussion about scenario 1. Thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Through you. So I agree with both of the previous councillors about the assumption. I guess it's important to point out that it doesn't mean the Grimsby has to grow at this level. So I think it's hoping for the best but expecting the worst kind of, to quote from, you know, many people, including Alphaville from my youth. So it's not a growth quota, and that's an important distinction. I think Mr. Matty could probably speak to it more specifically. And it's not an obligation to force development to meet those numbers. It's saying this is what could happen, and therefore, from a regional perspective, what kind of infrastructure would need to be put in place to ensure that it can happen? What type of what scenarios do we need to consider if that happens? So it allows us to give an opposing, the opposite side, and I'm not disagreeing with everybody. I'm just trying to help to understand it. The previous growth study by the region showed most of the growth in Fort Erie. And we opposed that because we didn't think it showed enough growth in Grimsby, because it wasn't realistic about where the growth was going to happen in the region. So if people want to oppose this and go for a scenario one, I support that. But I think it's important that this is not a quote, to understand that this is not a quota. It's a planning baseline. They're using the official plan, transportation master plan. So if this happens, what kind of transportation needs to be put in place to ensure that it's safe and effective and all those things? The parks master plan, all of these things need to consider that bigger number. And so from my perspective, I understand why staff would want us to support that, because it means that the worst case scenario is what we're considering when it comes to that type of planning, not the best case scenario. So I'd be afraid of saying it's going to be limited to this, because we all know that development is really limited by the market and driven by the market. So it could be 5 years from now that we see development. It could be 25 years from now. Based on, if I was to take the last 3 years, I would say there will never be development ever again. So, which I don't think is true, but I don't, if I look, when I was in Vaughan last week, a couple days ago, and I looked up at those buildings, I thought, I can't imagine anybody building these ever again. And then the next day I saw a design for another 15 of those coming through. So I'm not a planner. I'm trusting that they're doing the right thing for the town of Grimsby, but maybe Mr. Matty will speak further to what I said.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, can I speak? I think this is I want to paint a alternate scenario for you. In the 25 years that I've been doing this, not once has a projection ever been correct. Those projections, in all 25 years, I've always underestimated the true growth that has occurred in my experience. I've not once, unless, I'm only trying to think of when has it been possible for a municipality to ever have kept development out of its borders, particularly in an area within an urban region like this. And I can't think of any one significant example except the Central Waterfront in Toronto. Why? Because it's entirely owned pretty much by one government, by a public agency, right? And controlled by the public agency over 3 levels of government. That's what it took to maintain control over the planning regime there. And even then, we still had Ford come forward with his donkey scheme, which got shot down entirely by public sentiment, not because that development wasn't going to. I don't know if you remember the circuses and Ferris wheel and all of that he wanted. It wasn't moving fast enough, he said. Anyhow, long story short, the worst case scenario is if we aim low and aren't prepared, because what's going to happen, particularly given all of the legislation that we have to conform with, which is coming from the province, they set the tone and they set where the development pressures are happening. It's entirely market driven, and what's going to happen is, despite all of our efforts through zoning and official plan policies, they'll come in with their own development scenarios. The more we can do to be prepared with respect to the infrastructure, and most importantly, the vision, having rather than being reactive, being as proactive as possible in terms of what we expect in terms of built outcomes and what that looks like, and what the vision for these areas that are going to be developed are going to appear. It's very important that we're up front and ahead of the development community on these things, so that we're guiding the development outcomes, and we have control over what those outcomes look like and what character of development is going to occur here. So we're trying to learn from the lessons from the lessons that have occurred in this region, and we're trying to come forward with a realistic projection so that we can at least be prepared to the best of a degree as possible with the infrastructure and services needed in the event that this happens as anticipated. I think that the worst case scenario is that we're not prepared and that we, in fact, have the development come forward. Once a GO station comes in, whether the services are there or not, the development community will come forward and they will appeal to the OLT, as they always do, on the basis of provincial legislation. That this is where density ought to go and this is where development has to go. And because we weren't prepared, we will be reacting to those plans and to our best abilities, and we won't have the services in place. And you can go to the Vaughan Metropolitan Center as an example, 50-story tower, one after the other, marching and being developed. Are those services and amenities and parks in place yet? No. They're not in place yet because there isn't any lever at the provincial level that says that development can't occur before those services and amenities are in place yet. So it will happen despite our best efforts. And so we're trying to manage a scenario in which we're prepared to the best of our ability in case that development does happen and it comes forward. In having those services and amenities in place, and I can assure you they won't be, we can do our best to plan for it, but in the best case scenario, we will probably that development will happen ahead of those services and those amenities, right? So the hope is that we can be better prepared to react and have them in place and have those budgeted in capital, and at least in the pipeline as best as possible.
Thank you, Harold. And I do commend planning staff for looking forward with a fulsome vision and for fighting every day to get the province to realize that growth should be paying for growth. And I think our job around the horseshoe here as councillors is to just basically hound our elected officials to tell them that growth has to pay for growth, that we can't have the backs of our existing residents pay for growth because it will not be sustainable. It will not be sustainable as a municipality, and we just have to fight. And I think having a good plan and something to fall back on when the GO station is built, I think that's one way we can defend our right. And I think it's a right that municipalities should have growth paying for growth. Or municipalities will be under pressures that aren't sustainable. Councillor Howe.
We came here and listened to a lot of ideas. To paraphrase, plan with number 2, hope for number 1.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think Harold just gave us some really good advice. And I think a good insight into what we should look forward to. We can get all of the expectations that the province wants or the region wants, but at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to one thing: demand. If the demand isn't there, if the market is not there for whatever those numbers are, they're not going to get built. It's just as simple as that. If the demand is there, we should be ready for it. If the demand is there, we should welcome it. And, that, especially with the GO train coming and with all the other things that are coming around in Grimsby. But it all comes down to market. That's it. I don't care what the numbers look like. Am I right, Harold? Yes. So I think we need to go for the maximum. And this is not written in blood. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. They're just numbers on a page. And I think we cannot second guess. If the demand is there, schools will get built. If the demand is there, hospitals will expand. If all these things will happen based on demand. If we have a demand and the population grows, there'll be more industry here. They will come here. So that's what will happen. That's how the marketplace works, and that's how it grows. So I go for option 3. So just think, it's got to come down to demand. That's it. All comes down to market. If that doesn't happen, nothing happens. So these, as I said, these are just numbers at this point in time, and I like how Harold put it, and I think that we need to look at his, accept his advice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, up next, we have Councillor DeVoley, then Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you. I will say that when I first saw this report a number of months ago, my first inclination was to plan for scenario 3. Based on that old adage that those who don't plan to fail. And so if you don't plan, when we do planning in a business organizations, we often do multiple scenarios even. We don't just pick one and come up with a budget and forecasts and plans. We actually pick low, medium, and high even. And so it seems almost foolish to only pick one scenario and try and plan for that, because as my fellow councillor has said, we don't control the demand. We don't own the land. We don't decide who's coming in to build, nor any of those things. And in fact, we know which way the province is moving on all these issues too. So although our residents may not like it, and it's going to happen no matter what, and we have to get our mind around this. So, you know, my initial thought was we need to plan for the scenario of number 3. Because the risk is if we don't plan for something like that, we will underbuild. We won't have enough parks. We won't have all those facilities, you know, roads, water, sewer, et cetera, that we need when it comes. And that is the big risk. And that's a risk that governments often get accused of missing too. Well, look, they weren't prepared, right? Even when we think of a common example these days with immigration and what it did to our housing prices, and people said, well, the government didn't think about this. It wasn't prepared. And you're right. So the best way to do it is literally to plan for scenario 3. And then if 1 or 2 happens, okay, something different happened, but at least we were prepared for, I guess what some of my fellow councillors will say is the worst scenario, that, you know, we grow astronomically, right? At the end of the day, though, it appears we have to pick one of the scenarios to help our staff come up with what this picture is going to look like and what we need to build and so on. And so I can live with number 2. But there is a part of me that says we should sort of be looking at all 3 scenarios and then saying, adjusting every number of years, going back, re-looking at this. You never plan once and think it'll be the plan for the next 25 or 30 years. That would be truly foolish too. So no matter what we pick, this plan is going to have to be re-looked at every few years too. And so from that perspective, I guess I can live with scenario number 2, because I know probably before the end of the next term of council, someone is going to have to re-examine that again, no matter what.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you. I think that Councillor DeVoley just made my points a lot shorter, because I was going to echo quite a few of those. I think we should plan for the absolute worst scenario and plan to see an exploding demand in Grimsby, because I think everyone around the horseshoe can see why Grimsby is such an appealing place to live, and obviously more people are going to want to come here in the future. But when we talk about water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure, governments often always build to minimum size requirements. So I think we should be building with more in mind, and with the ability to always upgrade the services that we do have, the ability to not have to go back and upgrade the services that we do have, as when that comes to ripping up roads, it gets quite expensive quite quickly. And like Councillor DeVoley said, we know which direction the province is willing to go. It also helps us to ask for more monies, even though on a day where we did receive some monies from the province, when we are planning to go bigger and not just trying to plan for the bare minimum. That's probably not going to appease the province very much. So I think, and actually to get back to the point with the GO train station, there's certain areas that we can't plan for quite just yet until we see what the province was doing. So scenario 3 kind of keeps the door open in case they go really far to the one way, versus I think personally, I do really agree with staff's opinion in recommending scenario 2. It's just the unknown with what the province is going to do in that area that makes me want to go to scenario 3. if Harold, if you have anything you want to add to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that it's a best estimate, and I think the important thing is that we don't have to worry about choosing, feeling any reluctance to to pick scenario 3 for the very fact that we'll be reviewing this in a 5-year period. I mean, we will constantly be coming back and checking and assessing where we are. We're trying our best to come to an estimate that's realistic and one that we can. Right now, we're going through a very odd period of time. We are in the lull. The numbers. The numbers jumped not entirely because there was an exceptional growth spurt. In fact, we've been in a bit of a lull for some time. That was also factored in. So the region's numbers are so far off, also because they didn't include some very important considerations, such as the GO station as part of their calculations. Isn't that correct? I believe that was one of them. A key part of their number changes. They have also a different understanding of the opportunities and the vision here. The biggest fear I have also is that I want to make sure that we aren't trying to control the growth or resist the growth, because if we do, we end up putting ourselves in a position of what would call like a pressure cooker, where you do buy some time to resist that growth, but it just becomes cataclysmic change and uncontrolled, and not where we're just simply trying to react and trying to fight it, as opposed to trying to harness it and guide it in a way that it actually does good for the town. So that is one scenario that I definitely don't want to get ourselves into, and that we've seen again in countless municipalities across this region and across North America, where there has been an attempt to try and resist the growth, but it's just ended up, of course, just getting causing a real significant polarization within the towns, and also a significant outcome that doesn't serve anybody's desires, because it ends up being decided by a court or an OLT versus the citizens and the expertise that ought to be helping to define and design these places. So we don't want any more Frankensteins in Grimsby. We want to try to find we're trying to find a scenario in which we can guide that change and shape that outcome, so that those treasured aspects of the town are respected, and we know the small town charm continues to exist here, and that we can direct that growth. And where there's any arguments that we haven't considered we're prepared. We have the numbers, we have the evidence to demonstrate that in fact we have been prepared, and we're trying our best to accommodate that growth in the best way possible.
All right, Councillor Korstanji, you're the only one who hasn't spoken on this. All right, so I'll just call the question now. Everyone's had one round. Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Bradzi. Resolved that report PA 25-24, Grimsby Intensification Strategy and Growth projections dated August 11, 2025 be received, and the Council and Desord endorse the Momentum Growth Scenario 2 scenario for planning for growth in the official plan and master plans process. All in favor?
Mayor Jordan, I had
Yes.
asked if we could potentially add in scenario 1 and even scenario 3. Can we maybe do that? Just go through each of them, do 3 different votes? If not, I'm okay with that too.
Well, we'd have to defeat this, put a new resolution on the table, and open up a new round of discussion. So if council's willing to do that, that's certainly.
Can we not just make that? Can we just not make the amendment, because, I'm not necessarily closing off option 2, because if I defeat it, then that leaves me with option 3, and that's, you know what I mean? Can we not just start with option 1 and then go to 2 and then go to 3?
2 is the recommendation from staff, so usually first, and then we could go to 1.
Yeah, procedurally, we'd go with the recommendation from staff, which is scenario 2. We'd do that first. If council has the will to defeat that and start with a different resolution, they're welcome to do that.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to understand, because I'm hearing what you're saying and I'm buying into the argument. However, are we doing things backwards? Like, should we be identifying where all these community services are going to go first and then kind of see what kind of numbers we could accommodate? Because I worry that if you just pick the number without identifying, and because we know where the growth is going to go, right? It's downtown, it's around the GO station. So knowing that, I mean, would we not be better off identifying where all these other services are going to need to be placed before we plan for a number? Because if we have a number, are we going at this backwards? Do you follow me, Harold?
Terry, maybe you can comment on that because definitely the official plan has to come before. So that's why we have to do these projections, which are only projections.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is a standard requirement of the official plan to have a long-term 25-year plus goal for, well, not goal, but growth projection that we might hit at that time. Every 10 years with a new plan, we have to review our plan, and we would have to do this exact same sort of study again. So, and that's what even the consultant outlined. So you'll see a breakdown in the actual numbers that they've given us for the first 10-year period, and that's what our fellow colleagues in the Transportation Master Plan and the Parks Master Plan will use as part of their research. So we all use the number differently. For planning purposes, we would define how the densities and heights and of buildings. For the Parks Master Plan, they would determine how many parks they would need in the location. But we all need the numbers to be able to then do our further planning. It's just a part of the requirement to allow us to continue with our processes for those plans.
That still didn't answer my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is a bit of an iterative process. It does seem like it's backwards, but in fact, it helps. There is a bit of a back and forth that's going on. So we need to establish some realistic assumption that we can then basically test the scenarios. So, for example, if this is a realistic number, and part of it is also, it started off by us actually doing some conceptual work where we actually tried to see what we can fit along what corridors and where it would go. And based on that, that was also part of the feed into, so it has been going a bit back and forth. Can we fit this along a certain corridor? Does the downtown have any infill opportunities that can accommodate that kind of growth? So we've asked those questions. Now, so we have with some estimate or a number to move forward with. There will also be a continued exercise of exploring how that number translates. For example, it could be that Public Works comes back and with the transportation side, it just says, we have a situation in which, for example, we just don't have the road capacity to fit this population. That's a very important input for us to have to come back and revisit the number, or we have to put a specific effort in certain locations versus others. We don't know that until we've had an opportunity, both the parks as well as the Transportation Master Plan, to actually come back with some scenarios based on those numbers. So, or at least a draft plan that would present us with some options. There might be some very important transit or road infrastructure investments that need to be made. Until those numbers are plugged in, we don't know that yet. So it might be iterative. It might be that they come back and we realize that we have a really strong, very compelling, defensible, that we can use stopgap on this, right?
All right. So the question's been called. I read the resolution. Why don't we vote with e-scribe?
I'm a no.
All right, that's carried. Can I have a mover and seconder to get the heritage designation report for 2A Baker Road on the floor for discussion? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corstangi. Questions from council? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corstangi. Resolved that report PA 25-26, heritage designation 2A Baker Road dated August 11, 2025 be received, and that council proceed with the passing of the designation bylaw for the property located at 2A Baker Road. All in favor? That's carried.
I don't know that you had the votes there.
What's that?
I don't think you had votes there. You can just ask them to put
Okay.
their hands up.
Can you put your hands up again? We're trying to get the count. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. All right. Councillor Bradzi, can you please read your notice of motion?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Kind of fitting with the last conversation we just had. So whereas the Queen Elizabeth Way, referred to as QEW, is the primary east-west transportation corridor through Niagara, and whereas the town of Grimsby is the gateway to Niagara with limited roadways traveling parallel, creating regional vulnerabilities and a bottleneck effect when incidents or delays occur on the QEW. And whereas transportation disruptions on the QEW result in congestion and gridlock across towns and the region, which limits mobility for residents, businesses, and emergency services, and has a direct economic and social cost on our community in Niagara. And whereas the Canadian Centre of Economic Analysis estimated the economic and social cost of congestion in Ontario in 2024 was $56.4 billion. And whereas a new corridor in the Niagara region has the potential to increase access to businesses along the new corridor and increase efficiency of the movement of people, goods, products, and services to market, all of which make Niagara more attractive to job-creating business investment and new residents looking to live and work in Niagara. And whereas a strategic corridor linking the rapidly growing Waterloo region, Hamilton, and Niagara region has the potential to strengthen economic ties between municipalities, creating an interregional economic powerhouse and transportation connection serving over 2 million people, while reducing the bottleneck effect on the QEW in Niagara, Hamilton, and the GTA. And whereas a new transportation corridor between Niagara and the GTA is critical for long-term regional connectivity, sustainable population growth, balanced infrastructure development, and economic development, therefore be it resolved that the town of Grimsby and council express support for the inclusion of a new Niagara to GTA corridor as part of the ongoing region of Niagara's transportation master plan. Be it further resolved that this motion be circulated to all Niagara municipalities, MPs and MPPs, the Provincial Minister of Infrastructure and Minister of Transportation, and the Premier of Ontario, expressing our community support for continued planning and investment in the Niagara GTA corridor as a transportation priority in the now term, not the long term. I acknowledge that this motion will be considered at the September 8, 2025 council meeting. Thank you.
All right. Correspondence. Councillor DeVoley has moved to endorse Amos' comments on Bill 9. Is there a seconder? Councillor Corstangi. Moved by Councillor DeVoley, second by Councillor Corstangi. Resolved that council endorse Amos' comments on Bill 9. All in favor? That's carried. All right, that one was done. Councillor Corstangi has moved to endorse Town of Aurora's motion regarding opposition to Bill 5. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bradzi?
I'll second it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Sharwa.
It's the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Corstangi, second by Councillor Sharwa. Resolved that council endorse the Town of Aurora's motion regarding opposition to Bill 5. All in favor? Or do you want, let's make it a recorded vote. All right, e-scribe. Counselor Sharwa?
Yes.
All right, that's carried. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 25-37 to 25-45 inclusive, and that same be read a first time, considered, and passed. All in favor? That's carried. Next meeting of council is scheduled for September 8th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Can I have a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw? Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 25-46 and that same be read a first time, considered, and passed. All in favor? And that's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.